everyone, and welcome to a brand new episode of Jen and Jake's Bizarre Fray. And you might note that it is not just Jen and Jake today. We have another Thembo to the show. Our first guest on this little podcast series. We've got Ryley back.
Wait,
Woo!
am I really the first guest you've
Yep,
actually had on this
the
particular?
first, the
Wow. Okay.
first guest,
Well,
inaugural.
I am honored to such an auspicious achievement. I feel very, very honored. It's nice to be on the channel. Not that there isn't
Welcome
thousands of
back,
hours of me
baby.
talking.
Hey,
Not that
you
there isn't
were
thousands of hours of
recently
me talking on
on
here.
First Watch talking about
Yeah.
some Paul Thomas Anderson movies,
That
which
that was also sort of what I was sarcastically joking about as well, as I've been bouncing around between a few different bits and bobs that have been happening on the channel recently, which has been
you
exciting.
slut.
Yeah, yeah. Sure. Well, we'll go on that angle. Yeah, really nice to be here. Thank you guys for inviting me. Really excited to discuss music and movies alike. I guess I'll just sort of briefly recap some of the things that I've been listening to recently, just because we're going to talk about music first, I think,
Hmm.
once we get to the meat of stuff. Obviously, I've been listening to a lot of music this year, trying to keep up with all of the main releases. I've fallen off a little bit recently, but I want to maybe shout out some albums that are maybe these albums, I think, for the most part, are like well regarded and are pretty like have scored pretty well with like Metacritic and all that sort of stuff. But maybe they're a little bit less talked about than some of the other big albums this year. So I'll just mention them in passing, albums that I've been really, really enjoying. I want to shout out the electronic artist DJ Rum's album Undertangled Silence. Which I've been listening to a lot recently. That's some really good sort of like low key techno, but like drill and bass, a little bit of Venetian snares in there, a little bit of Autica in there, a little bit of just really, really cool shit. I want to shout out the Baths album Gut from earlier this year, which I really,
Yes,
really
excellent
enjoyed.
album.
Some very like sexually charged electronic pop music that I've been a fan of Baths for a long time.
Sea of
And I
Men
think
is
this is one
such
of
a
their
fucking banger. That's on my
yeah.
permanent rotation playlist.
Absolutely. Really big fan of the new Great Grandpa album, which came out about, God, it was 6 months ago now, I
Yep,
think. Patience Moonbeam. I thought that was really, really strong. Obviously, Great
beautiful.
Grandpa goes long back with this channel, so I had to shout out that new album. Really, really good stuff. I was a huge fan of the new Panda Bear album, Sinister Grift. That was one from the
Yes.
first
Mhm.
part of the year that I've really been enjoying throughout the year as well. Aesop Rock put out another brilliant album in
Yes.
May called Black Hole Super as well. He never misses.
Never.
What else? Oh, and probably the most underrated album of the year for me is the new Home is Where album, Hunting Season,
I haven't
which
gotten to this yet. How is it?
it's really, really good. So it's not necessarily a step away from emo, but it incorporates a little bit more sort of folk, country, Americana aesthetics into their sound. And I think they do it really, really, really well. It's just a sensational album. I think the pivot in sound, even though I think it's a little bit overstated of a pivot in the conversation around this album than it actually is, but that pivot, I think, I don't know, it was a mixture of that pivot and also the album just not getting very good promotional like
Hmm.
backing by its label, I suppose. I don't know. It didn't really get mentioned anywhere. I was like, this band like got best new music and they got loads of great reviews for their last album, and suddenly the new one's just sort of been hung out to dry, which is a real shame because it's very, very good. A bunch of other albums as well, but I want to shout out the new album from the Beths, local band, Kiwi band. Straight Line Was a Lie. I'm a big fan of these guys, and they've really pulled it together with the new album. Don't love it as much as the last one, Expert in a Dying Field, which is one of my favorite sort of pop punk, pop rock albums of the decade so far. But the new one is really, really good and worth checking out. In terms of movies, I'll talk a little bit more about movies probably the next time I'm on First Watch, because I think I'm going to be joining them for an episode on Carrie,
Yeah,
which
I'll be
I'm
on that
really,
as
really
well.
looking forward to. Oh, great, even better. So I won't get into it too much, but I'm doing a little bit of not it's not Hooptober. I'm not actually going that far into like following
I'm
the
doing
void of
it. Shout
Hooptober.
out to the Hooptober motherfuckers out there. I'm doing it.
Um, but my partner Grace has not actually seen a lot of classic horror movies, or a lot of classic movies in general, actually. So we're taking it upon us to sort of do a whirlwind tour, basically, of both classic and modern horror this month. So last night watched The Exorcist, which is just
Ah,
obviously an amazing movie, one of my favorite movies of all time. We
Oof.
watched watched Alien. Actually, we watched the first three Aliens, and
ooh,
I'm a big fan, obviously, of Alien is my favorite horror movie of all time. To me, that is like
Elite
basically
choice. Perfect
that's
film.
an empirically perfect movie. I really, really like Aliens, and I also will stump for Alien 3, which I
Woo!
think is watch the assembly cut, which I actually don't know if I'd ever seen before.
Oh
Which was
yeah.
nice to watch. Definitely an improved version of that movie, just so much more fleshed out than the
Mm.
version of it that I remembered watching on VHS as a kid. So that was really, really fun. And yeah, we're going to try and cover some more big hitters for the months out. I want to show her the Romero trilogy, Night of the Living Dead,
Ah,
Dawn,
Fuck
and
perfect.
yeah.
Day. Want to watch
Oh,
those. I'm gonna show a Perfect Blue, I think, at some point this month. So
That
that'll be fun.
I got
Ryley,
that on my Hooptober list for this year, so I'm gonna be thinking about that one too.
Riley, it's been really like I can't explain. Maybe it's just like heartwarming just because it's the kind of people that we are, but like seeing you with your partner, like I'm living vicariously in my own past of like this is exactly what I did with Rhiannon when we were
Yeah,
together for like the first years, like going through like my canon and like the horror canon and all that stuff.
yeah.
And I love how like I just it's very fun to be able to show somebody that if they're like legitimately interested in it and you get to do the whole like the meme of the guy at the baseball game pointing and explaining to the his girlfriend who's looks so mildly uninterested in the seat next to him. That's what you get to feel like all year.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're intensely self-conscious about it as well. But she's like really keen. Like she's the one that's sort of pushing this forward really. Like she's
Mhm.
always asking me, what are we going to watch next? So yeah, before the month is out, I'd like to get through the Romero movies, Perfect Blue, obviously Halloween, which she hasn't seen, the
Yeah.
OG. The Thing, which we
Ooh.
might round it out with because that's a big favorite of mine.
Oh yeah.
Rosemary's Baby, Cure, I think I might also
Ooh
show her as
yeah.
well.
Fuck yes.
But I don't know. We'll see how it goes. So basically, yeah, I'm trying to like thematically, you know, get on board with October as a month of spookiness. Similarly, as well, last October was dominated by me playing the first three Silent Hill games and the first four
Yeah.
Resident Evil games for the
Yeah.
first time. Which was really, really enjoyable. And I've kind of come back around to the Resident Evil series now as
You
well
finished
because we
six
have
the other day, didn't you?
I'll get to that because we have obviously for fans of the series will know that Resident Evil 9 Requiem is going to be releasing in I think February of next year. So
God.
I've made it my mission to sort of get up to date with those games before that. So but like I stopped after four last year because those first four games are just like iconic and beloved and they're really, really great and they build on each other in really, really cool ways.
Oh
And then,
yeah.
of course, five and six are less beloved. They're more of the action shooter games where they kind of don't actually have as much of a focus on horror. So I managed to get through five with the help of Morgan, friend of the podcast, Morgan, who actually played that whole game co-op with me across like we did like four sessions and he helped me get through the whole game co-op, which made it much more enjoyable because that
Oh
game has
yeah.
a really, really buggy AI system.
Oh, it's
If you're
awful.
playing but then, like he said, I'm sorry, but I don't have six in me. You're on your own for six, which is fair because six is a much longer game. So I just plowed
Oof.
through Resident Evil 6, in the last. I finished yesterday. In fact, I did it in a week, which was like I just basically every bit of spare time I had, I sat down and just sort of like committed myself to this game. An absolutely awful game. Like not only does it fail to be like an interesting, fun action game or like a meaningful horror experience in any way, it's like an actively antagonistic experience from a mechanical standpoint.
Oh
It's a
yeah.
game that's just tremendously unfun to play. And obviously, one of the big things about it, and like this is a similar flaw with five as well, is that it is absolutely just floor to ceiling loaded with quick time events.
Oh
And
God.
they're even worse in six because like the way you have to execute them is basically almost demanding that you abuse your controller. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's some analog stick QTEs in this game where you have to like shake it so fast. I was
Mario
terrified I was
Party
gonna
3 shit. Like it's
dislodge
torturous.
it. It's
Oh
like
God, this sounds like fucking Indigo Prophecy. Jesus Christ.
Uh
yeah. There was a period in the I suppose from like the late 2000s into the early 2010s where like this kind of like what I think of as sort of gimmick mechanics were really, really like major developers were like obsessed with them for some reason, even though they're
mhm.
like the least immersive way of playing because it's almost like there's so much removed from like what you're doing mechanically as a player and what the character is experiencing when you're like abstracting it so far as to just be like this you know furious motion, like meaningless motion that you're making with one specific thing. It's like so it detaches you so much from the experience and also just makes it feel so dull as well. Anyway, bad game, terrible game. I mean, I won't even get started on the writing in the game and the attempt to have because okay, I'll get started a little bit. It has an interesting structural thing where it like incorporates a similar sort of structural gimmick that some of the early games like to incorporate, where you have like you can play the story multiple times from different characters' perspectives. And six like makes a point of like having the different narratives sort of interweave at multiple different points. Um,
Weapons-esque, truly.
yeah, but it's like that for the most part, the different sort of paths you can play, the different campaigns you can play are like mostly completely different
Uh-huh.
except for when they do overlap. And it's like you're just playing the same 20-minute sequence of game that you played in a previous campaign with no difference
Nope.
whatsoever. So you thought
Uh,
you were done with this one really annoying like boss or this one really annoying sort of like a combat encounter. And then no, if you are committed to doing all four campaigns, which I was because I'm tenacious like that, then get ready to buckle up, chuckle fuck. You're doing it again. Um,
Isn't Jake Wesker just the worst fucking character?
who the fuck is Jake Wesker? Oh
Exactly,
God.
Jen.
Oh
Exactly.
God.
he's Albert Wesker's son and also humanity's last hope. Uh,
Sounds like some Tron Ares shit with Evan Peters'
uh,
character,
uh,
the
I
secret third
almost like
Dillinger.
if it weren't for the fact that the majority of RE games I've played so far have actually been really good, I would deeply resent how much I know about the lore of this world now.
Oh, and it's all
But
so stupid. Like I love the Resident Evil games that I love, which is most of them to be fair. But if you even try to like give a single solitary fuck about the overarching like series narrative, you you're
yeah,
screwed, buddy.
it's like,
Sorry.
it's like they blow up Raccoon City at the end of three, right? And then they smartly completely shift gears for four into a totally different
Yep.
environment. And it's really like exciting and scary and cool. And then it's like ever since then, they're just sort of obsessed with like, how can we get back to Raccoon City despite the fact that we've like drawn a line under it? Keep doing what you did with four, like do interesting, cool, eerie shit in a weird location with, characters that interact in interesting and cool ways. But I don't
Thankfully,
know.
you're what where you pick off with 7 and 8, they got the memo with those two
Yeah.
games where they're
Oh,
like,
here's the thing, right? So I bum rushed six because like I wanted playing Resident Evil 7 to be one of my like October horror themed things. So now I'm at that point. Although I wanted a break between RE6 and RE7, so I decided to pick up, of all things, Hades, the original, because I
yeah.
obviously am not going to jump to two without playing one. So I'm now playing Hades. I've played probably about 6 hours of it so far. I mean, you
Okay.
know how it works.
Hmm.
It's a very repetitive loop, but it is really really cool the way that uh, basically each death opens up more of the story and opens up more interactions and more like cool
Wonderful
mechanics in the
narrative
game.
design going on in
Yeah,
that
it
game.
is really, really awesome. Like I got really sucked in terms of like roguelites. Like I got really sucked into Slay the Spire around this time last year as well. And that has basically the same sort of loop, less character based because that game is sort of pure mechanics. There's not really a story in it. But it is really satisfying gameplay loop. And Hades is like definitely slotting into that space for me as well. Obviously, Slay the Spire is like a turn-based combat system thing, so it's completely different. But
Same
anyway,
deal though.
yeah, so I'm really enjoying Hades. I actually like I listened to the Cardiacs album while playing Hades this morning.
That I
That
don't know if
rocks.
there's not a lot of things I could do while also listening to a Cardiac's album. Like that contain like I need about 80% brain power to be able to listen to a Cardiac's album and give it the attention it deserves. This is not a reflection on how I feel about the album, granted. It is just
Sure.
you have to allot a certain amount of space for that. And likewise, like Hades is also something that like I have to put more active attention into playing because the kind of game that Hades 1 and Hades 2 are is the kind of isometric dungeon crawler hack and slash kind of thing, like Diablo like stuff. And I'm somebody who's always been really into games like that. And the best compliment I can afford Supergiant Games and with Hades 1 and 2 is that playing those games makes me never want to touch Diablo in my life ever again because they are so much better action games. The combat in them feels better. The loops are designed around different outcomes that your different, passives and buffs and various things, like it'll give you all of these things, and depending on the combination you get, you can have a completely different run than the run that you had last time. And that kind
Mm,
of versatility is just something that, like, it's nice to have the Skinner box, like, oh, I got the shiny new sword that does more damage than the last sword that I had.
mm,
That's nice, and you keep going back, and but it's diminishing returns. Whereas with Hades, it's always, again, it's what I like to call horizontal game design instead of vertical game design. And for
mm.
that reason, I'm really digging into to Hades 2 as of late. That's like the first real big 2025 release I've been able to like actually sink my teeth into. Like, I'm going to get to Clair Obscur like before the year's out. Like, I'm committing to that, even though I know that that's not like a long RPG. But I'm going to get to that after, I think, Hades 2, just because I want to say that I played and beat a couple of these very good games. But as far as like gameplay goes with Hades 2, no notes. Like,
No, yeah, absolutely.
my God,
I played
they
Hades
cooked.
2. I played it a bunch in early access on Steam, and so I like went through the game a couple times, did a couple loops, beat Kronos a couple times, but I've soured on it a little bit now that the game has actually come out, because I'm not going to spoil anything, but there's some
Mm.
characterization decisions that got added in with the full release that take some steam out of it for me.
Interesting. I'm curious to see what these developments are, because frankly, the only like not positive thing I have to say about Hades 2 is that the characters have not yet gripped me like they do in 1. Like Hades 1, I think what's awesome about it is that the conflict of that game, the narrative of it, is so like staid and relaxed. Like, that is a purely internal thing. Like, you're playing as Zagreus, you have to get out of hell essentially, and you're having a family spat with your dad, the Lord of the Underworld, and everybody's kind of not really on your side, but some of them are kind of on your side, and you have all of these interesting relationships with these characters. And in Hades 2, the narrative is a bit more like straightforward. It gives you a goal. You are this character. You're Melanoe. You've given like you're separated from your family. You have to go and reunite your family essentially and solve the conflict between Kronos and the Titans and the gods on Olympus. And like, I like all of the characters. Like, I think they're all really like, Supergiant is wonderful at making these really archetypical kind of classic caricatures feel really colorful and vibrant and funny, and like they contribute, like the fact that like this feels like a game that's based off of a Disney movie that doesn't exist, except the characters fuck obviously. But like I love, again, that just like the world is so rich and the characters have such interesting relationships with each other. But like with Zagreus, I was immediately endeared to that dude. I was just like, I love that this guy kind of doesn't really give a fuck, but he like doesn't give a fuck about his situation, but gives a fuck about people. Like, I get that. Melanoe, on the other hand, is like, she's cool, but she's not like, I haven't felt that push yet that isn't completely gameplay oriented, because like everything about that has been tightened up significantly. I feel like the loops are faster than they are in Hades 1. Like, I can get to the final boss of I can get to Kronos in maybe half the time it took for me to get to Hades in Hades 1. And so like there is kind of a there's a rush you get. Like, it's kind of like Silk Song, from what I understand, is that it's a game that kind of demands a higher skill floor, even though it's not like, immensely harder. It's just asking more of the player, which I always really like. That's what I dig when sequels come around. So like, I'm kind of waiting for the narrative to grip me, but like, I like the game itself as much as, if not more than Hades 1. I'm just kind of, I want that morsel, that kind of narrative kind of lead, but I'm not really getting it yet.
Yeah, I mean, Hades 2 is a mechanical feast. I really, really enjoy playing it. But
Mhm.
I kind of agree with you that the characters of it don't grab me as much as the first game's very insular family drama in the House of Hades
Except for
does.
Nemesis. She can stay. She can stay.
She can grab me.
She can do whatever she wants, frankly. Like that is also like I really got to throw it to them for just being like Hades 2 is shameless. Like those character designs are just like y'all knew exactly what you were doing with all of these. Thank you for that. By the way, Aphrodite just comes on screen and you're like, "Oh, I didn't think it was possible for her to wear less clothes than she did before." That's cool. That's pretty sick. But yeah, good time those Hades games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Supergiant games have like an undefeated kind of streak. Like back in like 2011 they dropped Bastion and then they did like Transistor
I
and
still
then
need
the
to play
Hades
Transistor. I've
games.
heard that's
I
really fucking
like
good.
everything they've
Mhm.
made. I just like as far as I can tell everyone loves like completely. Like they got it.
Let me do my usual introductory spat this time around because
Yeah,
I've got
you've
some
seen some
shows.
shit.
I've seen some shit, man. Okay, so 2 weeks ago, today, actually, I was in Chicago to see Jane Remover, Mannequin Pussy, Australian hardcore band Speed, which I had never heard of. These guys fuck. They are amazing. And Turnstile. Wonderful show. Possibly the best like singular concert I've been to all year. Just a perfect series of acts for me and Renee to enjoy because Renee's a big Mannequin Pussy fan. And obviously I got really into Jane Remover off of Revenge Seekers. It was Jane's birthday that day, so it was lit. It was
Ooh,
wonderful. I
that's
met a
awesome.
guy. I wish I'd gotten his fucking contact info. There was a guy in front of me that was dressed like white Jesus with Juggalo paint on.
The
And
exact kind of person you want to show up to a mannequin pussy show.
and
Exactly.
me and this guy and his partner and Renee were all just chatting because we were the only ones like kind of turning up for Jane in our immediate vicinity. And so we were just kind of leaning on each other a little bit. And he was like, "Yeah, Jane is actually like a friend of a friend because he went to school with the members of Frost Children and used to make music with them."
Oh shit!
Wow.
And like
Wow.
showed me receipts. So like I believe him, but I have no idea who this motherfucker is. I did not tell him about this show. But if you're watching this, hope you're doing all right, I guess. Hope
That's
that's
look
going well
that
for you.
you form a lifelong kind of bond with people you meet in this scenario. In fact, I'm kind of shocked you're showing up without bruises on your face to a show that had Mannequin Pussy, Turnstile, and Jane Remover. Like that pit had to be ferocious.
It was great. It was
I know it
amazing.
smelled crazy in there.
It smelled crazy in there. And then a couple of
Yup.
days ago, I went to Nashville to see Magdalena Bay. And I should also shout out the opener electro pop musician Oxus, who I never heard of. But I really, really loved her set, and I'm going to get more into her stuff. But the Imaginal Mystery Tour, which had a surprising,
Love
they
that.
basically played all of Imaginal Disc, which is wonderful. Showed a lot
Nice.
of love for Mercurial World as well, which I had listened to for maybe only the second or third time this week to prepare for the show, but is wonderful. And I went back and listened to their first album, A Little Rhythm and a Funny Feeling, for the first time to prep for this. So I've been in a big Magdalena Bay kick this week that's been really, 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 really nice. Really do think this is some of the best pop music out there right now, and
Imaginal Disc,
amazing
man.
show.
I got that on vinyl and like that album just does nothing but grow and grow and grow on me. Like I remember listening to that semi recently and only just was hit. I was like, "Oh, I know why this fucking rules so hard and also stands out the way it does." This is fucking like Zoomer Michael Jackson music. Like go listen to the synths on Off the Wall and tell me that every single one of them is not wholly on Imaginal Disc and that the
Yeah.
funk tracks are not like totally ripping from that era, which like I mean, like we've needed this cultural hole to be filled for a while now, so it's nice that
Mm.
these fucking weirdos are coming. That split single they dropped recently too actually
Good
was really
stuff.
good. I
Good
really
stuff.
dug those songs.
Yeah, they're a really cool band. That last album, definitely one of the richest sounding records of last year. And I still think that Cry for Me is one of my favorite songs that came out last year. I think probably top three, top five. It's certainly my favorite song they've done. But that album's great. Death and Romance. Oh my God, what a song that is.
Image,
I would,
man, I
Oh,
blast Image like almost daily. I can't get enough of that fucking hook.
and
So
it's
good.
really cool. It's really cool. You get to see bands like that as well when they only have like a couple of like major albums at that point. So you have a good chance of like hearing the whole fucking thing or just
Mm-hmm.
about all of it. Whereas, when you go see legacy bands, most of the bands I get to see are bands who've been around for a lot longer because, they have to have a legacy to be able to afford to come to where I live. So you get still a great concert experience. I went to see Block Party in August. That was a really cool
Yeah.
show.
Hell yeah.
But that was like a much more of a kind of like career retrospective show where you had songs from all over their discography and it ruled. But there's definitely something that's a little bit, and there's like a really like obviously if you see a band who've been around for a long time, they're really seasoned live performers. They really really know what they're doing. But there's also this energy you get with a new band who've just kind of like made it at that particular point in time in recent history when you see them, and there's just this different kind of energy versus seeing a legacy act who've basically been on the circuit for 500 shows or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, really
Sometimes you
really
just gotta
jealous.
cross your fingers. Like I remember when Ree and I went to see Slow Dive in Louisville, I kind of had like I took a look at the set list and like by some miracle, like most of my favorite songs from the band were on the set list, and I was like, okay, thank God. And there was a different kind of energy in that venue that we saw them with, just because it felt like, that group of Kentucky goths. Like we all just kind of colloquially we just sort of bonded around the fact that we were all like, damn, they're really playing all the good shit this time around, huh? Like we were like secretly thankful it wasn't just everything from the new album, which you always run the risk of, like, you go and see somebody and it's just like, hey, here's everything and maybe like one old song that everybody likes. Because like, and I don't mean to paint bands like that, it's just that sometimes if you've been performing for 20 odd years or something, you don't want to have to be performing the exact same shit every single time. That's why so many bands hate their most popular songs. Like I remember seeing an interview with Steven Wilson where he was just like, yeah, I just hate Trains. I hate playing it so much. Everybody always gives us an encore for it. And I'm just like, brother, how you be hating one of the most perfect songs you ever wrote? What the fuck is wrong with you, Steve?
Yeah,
Wild shit.
bro's mad that no one's like clamoring for him to play the incident in full or something.
All right, Jake, do we have anything else to intro with, or should we start talking about geese?
I think we should start talking about Geese.
I love watching birds. It's my favorite thing to do.
So Geese are actually a band that we did sort of quasi cover in the past, back on
Mhm.
previous podcast. Ryley and I talked briefly about their album 3D Country. Is that what it was
That's right.
called?
That's
3D
right.
Country.
Yeah.
And we covered that, and it was a bit of a notable split just because Ryley was very into this particular record and I was kind of like, some of this works for me, some of it doesn't, but I see it. I see that these guys have something, and I know that, they're making waves. They're getting more
Mm,
popular, like they're getting a big
mm.
groundswell of support. And this new album came out, which Getting Killed, is that what it's
Getting
called?
killed.
Getting
Yeah.
Killed.
Getting killed.
Getting Killed.
Good luck Googling it.
Yeah, right. I don't want to get put on a
Ge-
watch list right
Yeah.
now. It's kind of
Hey
rough here in
Siri,
America.
Look up geese getting killed.
But that album dropped and it feels like instantaneously this was like, oh, everybody is talking about this band right now. Everybody is
Yeah.
into this. And I remember like seeing it was one of the albums that like our group chat started being like, whoa, man, everybody kind of collected around. So like, Ryley, I know you're kind of tapped in to
Very much so.
Geese. So like, what were your expectations for this album and how exactly do you think it delivered?
So I found the like hype cycle leading up to this very interesting, as it was something that I found myself in the middle of sort of from the jump, in a way that it was sort of, I was surprised basically at how big the hype cycle was getting,
Hmm.
because the 3D country was well received. Like it was popular mostly in the sort of online Zoomer like fan base, sort of people between the ages of like 18 and 25 basically were really really into that album, and it didn't really get that much attention from, say, like the wider, more established music press in 2023, but it was an album that I was really really into. And like interestingly, like the ways in which we were sort of split on how we connected to or didn't connect to like the aesthetics of it, the particular sound, and also just Cameron Winter's voice, is actually like an aspect of the conversation that has persisted when Geese come up. It really is like Cameron Winter himself is like this kind of divisive force, where some people either love Geese, like they completely buy in to the sound of the band and how Cameron Winter is in relation to that, how he kind of accentuates those songs, or they absolutely cannot get over the hump that is like a, adjusting yourself to the way that he sounds and the way that he sings. But an interesting aspect of this album's hype cycle is that it was fueled in large part not by excitement off the back of the previous Geese album, but actually by excitement off the back of Cameron Winter's solo album, Heavy Metal, which came out the very end of last year. And interestingly, despite the success of 3D Country, this album didn't make much noise on release, and there's releasing in December, like that's often the way that it is. You get kind of subsumed by retrospective conversations about the year that was and looking forward to other things. And albums that release in December are, unless you're Beyonce, they're often just dead in the water. So that album didn't make much noise when it came out, but it had this sort of groundswell around it, where as this year went on, and I think to me, it really started to become noticeable around March, April, and I'm not really sure what it was, but for some reason, people started listening to this album that came out in December, and this word of mouth just kept spreading around it as being this really incredible album, this really singular singer-songwriter album that people were connecting to. A lot of people were connecting to it who didn't like Geese at all. And it's a very different sounding album to the 3D Country, this Cameron Winter solo album. It's much more stripped back. It's more ballad oriented. There's a lot of sort of piano driven songs. It's this sort of torch song thing. It reminds me a lot in some ways of Nick Cave, actually. And he was one of the album's champions, I think, earlier on this year as well. So perhaps some of the hype came from him giving Winter a bit of a cosign. I'm not sure. But somehow, before this new Geese album, before the first single for it had even dropped, all people were talking about, well, not what people were talking about, but you know what I mean. Like a lot of people were just talking about this random Cameron Winter solo album from December. And it seemed like a lot of that has fed into the hype cycle for this new Geese album more so than any hype for their previous album, which to me I just find really, really interesting as a kind of narrative twist, because it means that the focus shifts so dramatically to this frontman, like his presence, his performance, his songwriting. Some people really can't get on board with the way that he sings, and some people find his songwriting to be sort of overly, random and sort of meaningless jargon, whatever. Like there's a lot of hangups that people have with Cameron Winter, or you just click with it like I have, and it just sort of makes sense in a way that's really difficult to describe. It has this sort of impact and effect when you listen to the music, because he's a really, really good use a better word than good. Like he's a really, really impactful performer. Like he gives the songs a resonance just through the way that he sings and the particular way that he kind of puts lines together where you don't necessarily know if there's any logical sense or meaning behind them, but they have this kind of emotional weight that they carry. And so, yeah, so much of the conversation comes in around Cameron Winter that it almost feels like for a second, people forget the fact that this isn't just a new Cameron Winter album, this is a new Geese album. And for me, I guess I'll just lead off a little bit and then I'll shut up so you guys, because I really want to hear what you guys think. But for me, like this is a Geese album. This is a rock band album. The whole band are locked the fuck in on this record. And it's like it's a rock band album, like in the sense where it's not just a singer and some other people who play instruments, but where you feel and you can just tell listening to it that every single person in this band has probably got basically equal creative input into what this music is, because there's just this magical synergy and also this sense of, I guess, weight. I overuse the word weight, but it really is appropriate, that each individual member of the band brings to their performance. And it really sings as a full band album in a way that's just sort of really, really exciting and really, really like stimulating, at least for me as well. And obviously there's a whole bunch of other reasons why I like it too. But Geese are a really exciting band, like in the way that like Radiohead or the Beatles are really, really exciting, where it's like this big band where every single member becomes like and has this identity to the way that they perform and the contributions they bring that makes you really, really that makes it easy to sort of form a connection with them. That has been the case, it seems, in the wider conversation for Geese. So yeah, that's sort of my intro, I guess.
So, Jake, as the Geese agnostic, I suppose, what about this hype cycle like interested you? What's drawing you into getting killed? What are you able to latch onto with this?
What a
What's drawing you
strange,
into getting
what a
killed?
strange turn of phrase. I was just interested because it felt like Geese were just sort of on that precipice where they, this is where the proving grounds are established for a band in their predicament, where they release a critically acclaimed and like decently well received and well like performing album. And now that they have like the resources, they can really put themselves into a creative statement. Like this is primed to be an album that would make waves. And so when it came out and got like the rapturous reception that it did, I was like, okay, I'm interested just because while I was by no means like hugely negative on that Geese album we talked about, it was just like, this just feels like a combination of things that just kind of happened to not work for me. It's not necessarily like anything that they're doing is like really putting me off or that I'm just like, fuck this, I can't do it. It was just more like, I'm not sure how this combines for me. So I went into this, and here's what I'll say this week. We're covering two bands that I have been on this YouTube channel very agnostic on in the past, where I have been like, yeah, I don't really know what to make of this. And one of those bands I hugely came around on. The other one I remained firmly in the same lane as. I am in the same lane as I am with the previous Geese album, unfortunately. This album, this is one of those things where like I get it from a distance and then I actually try to interact with the music, and I'm gonna have to just sort of throw all of my cards on the table here and just say there's a lot of interesting things going on this album. I find the music exceptionally boring. And I know how that sounds because this is not an album that like they're like the album literally starts with this like song with a loud quiet dynamic where it's like this safely like this like softly intoned vocal kind of like higher register. He's like and then he just explodes into a big percussive wail and he's like there's a bomb in my car. And it's like it's a really arresting way to start an album so you wouldn't exactly anticipate it not inducing excitement in you, but there's a palette that Geese work within with Cameron Winter's vocals, with the I would describe the production of this album as positively rickety in the way that I would classify a Tom Waits album rickety. Rhythm in particular is an aspect of this band that I feel like is clearly super important, whether it comes to whatever the bass is doing, whatever the drums are doing, and they're always throwing you for a loop. They're doing something that is in theory interesting, but the aesthetic collision to me, it felt like I was listening to variations on the exact same kind of set of ideas. And I like that in a way it kind of fits with what the album is talking about because thematically it's an album that, broadly speaking, I find to be about the absurdist contradictory nature of being alive right now. Like the first song is kind of a really good exemplary example of this quality because it's basically like it's these kind of off the cuff observations and then this explosive big like oh there's a bomb in my car like freaking the fuck out, and it kind of emulates how you're meant to go about your daily routine while finding out the worst and most horrific shit imaginable on a daily basis. You look into your phone once and it's like oh there's a bomb, and then you have to keep going about your life. And there's stuff about the family unit on here, there's stuff about masculinity, there's stuff, I mean, a lot of stuff that Nick Cave, I feel like his cosign of that Cameron Winter solo album makes a whole lot of sense. And like there are some moments on here where that proves to be, specifically the first half of the album, where that proves to at least be engaging, even if the music doesn't really get me super enthusiastic. Like there are parts where like the writing on this album I think is really, if not just interesting, just kind of funny. Like there are some lyrics that are like my tears fall into an even sadder bastard's eyes.
Oh,
Amazing lyric.
yes.
Amazing fucking lyric. Like so many moments on here that are super memorable. But there are just so many other moments, particularly kind of on the back half where there are songs like I'll pays du cocaine, where it's like there's interesting things happening here, and yet it feels like some of these songs are just very thinly skating on a very select set of ideas that I can't latch onto. So I'm curious to like I actually spent this week kind of in a tizzy being like I guess I get it in theory why people like this album, but I really want to approach the two of you to just be like literally lay it on me why this is the best thing since sliced bread, because I really, really want to know. Like I'm actually quite curious because it all unfortunately, like I get the effort, I get that there's a lot of cool things going on here, but it kind of unfortunately landed with a thud, and I don't really have much interesting to say about it because of it, and I felt kind of bad.
You got the
Well,
geese
okay.
cilantro gene, bro. It's
I
absolutely
know, right?
fine.
It
Don't
sucks.
sweat it.
Cilantro Gene fucking blows.
Let me give you my perspective because okay, 3D
Please.
Country skated by me. I just missed it when it came out, even though I heard a lot of great acclaim for it. Mike the Snare has a lot of love for that album, for example. But going into Getting Killed, especially, I read this great piece by Luke O'Neill about this album, um, before I had even listened to it that really got me into the idea of this as a kind of apocalyptic postmodern comedy of a rock album. And I'm using a lot of grand descriptors that don't really fit what listening to this album feels like because this, to me, combines some of the elements of albums that we talked about on this show this year that are airing on the more jam band side of things. I'm thinking specifically about specific strokes of the new Big Thief album and the Tropical
Tropical
Fuck
Fuckstorm
Storm
is something I
album.
thought about a
Yeah.
lot. Yeah.
Mm,
I had the Tropical
yeah.
Fuck Storm album in the back of my head while listening to this a lot because
Mm.
they've got a Geese on this album has a big southern rock edge to this. And yeah, you're right, Jake. There's a lot of kind of recurring storytelling elements. And yeah, Trinidad presents a kind of dynamism that the rest of the album doesn't really contain. But by the time I got through, I want to say the title track, Getting Killed, I had kind of settled into this album's soundscape, even as I felt it was getting a little bit stale. Part of me is just a sucker for so many of the grooves on this album, and like the
Mm,
drum and bass on
mm,
Husbands is
mm,
so crunchy.
mm.
I really vibe with it.
Husbands is a good song. Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like some of what I was missing from the appeal of the Tropical Fuckstorm album, I got off of this, right? Where it's something that's a little bit more unkempt in its lyricism, but straightforward in its instrumentation, right? This
Mm.
feels in a lot of places like listening to a really great jam band. And I'm going to say the same thing about Cardiacs, and I'm going to actually make a comparison to local Louisville psychedelic rock band Doom Gong, who I was getting a lot of like.
Doom Gong is awesome.
Ooh, I fucking shout out to
Doom
Doom Gong. I
Gong.
fucking love these guys, and the best moments on both Cardiacs and this reminded me of like my favorite moments in Doom Gong's discography,
Hell
where
yeah.
it's really jammy, really high octane lyrics, really great instrumental interplay. Riley, I love what you were saying about the way that the band members are clearly working with a new level of synchronicity on this where
Yeah.
everybody
Yeah.
everybody kind of gets that moment to shine. Like I said, the drum and bass line on Husbands, um the quieter moments where Cameron gets to sing like really towards the front, like the some of the slower verses on the title track. And then Long Island City Here I Come is maybe my favorite closing track of any album I've heard this year. It's definitely up there. I
Yeah.
just love when this album gets fully unkempt and lets itself kind of get long and messy. And honestly, I wish it was a little bit longer and messier in some of its more concise moments because I think there are songs on here that go in that direction but don't do it as well as some of the more succinct moments on here do, right? I kind of want Getting
Agree.
Killed, the song, to be like 2 minutes longer, and I want Islands of Men to be like a minute shorter. And
Some
little
of these
things like
songs have
that.
really abrupt feeling endings to me where I was just like, I'm kind of into where this jammy progression is going, and then it stops, and it always kind of left me feeling a little cold. This happened like I think three separate times on the back half where I was
Yeah.
just kind of like, "Eh."
Yeah,
Yeah, like
I think
Alpes de Cocaine, I agree. That one just completely like slips by me. I don't
oh
really care
man.
much for that moment. But I do think this album ends on a really great note because I love Taxes, and I've already praised Long Island City, Here I Come. So even though this album does have a bit of a dip in the middle, it comes back through together in the end for me. So I'm not completely like best thing since sliced bread about this album, but I do think it's really, really solid.
Long
And I'm
Island
probably
is
going to
super
revisit
Nick
it.
Cavey, and I was really into that part of the second half, if nothing else.
It's probably going to stay in the rotation for a little bit, is what I'm saying
Yeah,
about this album.
this is yeah, I've definitely like fallen head over heels for this album, and I think in a lot of ways, it's sort of with me getting really, really into Cameron as a performer and writer and really just loving that previous Geese album as well, I've sort of teed myself up to sort of be a complete sucker for basically whatever they were going to do here. But I really do feel like they have like it's a really triumphant album in terms of like just the musical achievement that they've sort of managed to pull off with these songs and how intricate and cool and exciting and just ferociously forward moving they are. And I do really feel as well with trying to avoid getting into think piece language territory with this, I do feel that it is an album that I'm going to use the
Captures the
words
moment.
I'm going to
Captures the
use the
moment,
words I'm
baby.
going to use
I mean,
the
we
words
said
the
that about the
current
fucking
moment.
World is a Beautiful Place album, which has a lot of
Nah,
thematic,
Well, and here's
synchronicity
the
with
thing, right?
this.
Is that I feel like there is not necessarily an expectation, but like there is a sense with which I feel like I come to a lot of new releases now expecting or looking for them to in some way reflect outward in a
mhm.
way that I find interesting. And that doesn't mean it has to even be anything explicit that the album refers to. But I look for something that can, not on every album necessarily, and I don't mark albums down that don't have them, but I'm always like, I tend to find a stronger connection with the big new releases each year when I feel like in some way they reflect something I can connect with in my life or in the world at the moment. And getting killed to me is like this is the sound of like sort of pervasive anxiety that I feel like has hung over this year and is only kind of is slowly sort of intensified and kind of come in these sort of crests and recedes. What there's a word I'm looking for that sort of come in waves, I
It
guess.
kind of
Um,
oscillates, this
oscillates. That's
anxiety that we're
exactly the word
dealing
I'm looking
with.
for.
I hear
And
exactly what you're saying.
like while Cameron's lyrics, I feel like the way that he writes, the sort of stream of consciousness way that he writes, the way he leans into some absurd imagery, and the way that he sort of like willfully deviates away from resolving an idea or a line in a way that you might expect it to. It can sometimes work and it sometimes doesn't work. I think it's sort of kind of part of the deal with the way he writes is some lines really, really connect, other lines maybe a little bit more befuddling. But I think that all the same, the feeling that it captures of sort of like existing in the state of like barely staying afloat from total depression and sort of self destruction is really sort of I don't know, it captured me and I feel like it is reflected in a lot of these songs in a way that I really sort of emotionally responded to. Yeah, and yeah, Long Island City, Here I Come is his incredible finale. That's just I had that written down as a thing to mention. You already mentioned it, Jen. That song is amazing. I every time I listen to the album and that song hits, I'm just sort of like it's the sort of I love albums that can just end on this like sort of complete ascent where everything that the every musical idea that the album's presented or every like instrumental contribution or style that each individual member of the band has feels like it reaches a natural zenith like at the very end. It's just a perfect climax to the album. um the As for Winter himself, like the one compare I've seen him compared to a lot of vocalist performers. I've seen a lot of comparisons thrown around with this band. One I haven't seen, which surprises me just in terms of like Cameron as a singer, is Tim Buckley. He sounds so much like Tim Buckley.
Ooh,
Uh,
yeah,
and by
yeah.
extension, a little bit like Jeff Buckley as well, right? But much more so like the sort of willfully obtuse weirdness of Tim
When
Buckley,
he hits
which,
that falsetto, it
and again,
absolutely.
with Tim, it was like one of the sort of subtextual elements to his sort of vocal performances and his like willfully obscure and esoteric writing was this sort of like barely contained sexual tension, that sort of exists there that makes this creates this sort of really anxiety ridden energy, this sort of inability to sort of resolve this emotional turmoil that's he's in, these sort of feelings that he can't control. It's something that I've always really, really enjoyed in those sort of like I think bands like Devo as well really, really capture that too. But yeah, just the specific intonation and delivery that Cameron has reminds me of Tim, except instead of maybe like unrestrained sexual tension, it's more this sort of like morose sadness that he carries with him, and then it kind of erupts out of him in a very sort of bluesy way, which I
Mhm.
really, really dig. So yeah, not much more to say that we haven't already said, but this is my favorite album of the year. Again, I feel like I've teed myself up to absolutely love it, and they've really fully delivered. But I will say, it's definitely gotten more than its fair share of exposure, and it's one of those situations where you kind of want people to stop talking about it because it's sort of getting a bit
Over
played out,
discussed.
even when
There's
you're
a
a fan of it, right?
thing there's a thing that happens with albums like this, albums that have a lot of really serious shit going on that get this kind of acclaim, where it feels like it hits this kind of critical nexus of discussion where like, okay, every important reflection on this album in the first 365 days of its existence that you could possibly make has already happened. So
Mm.
we
There's
need to, I want to keep this album kind of personal to me and not really wade into the discourse on this too much because I want
Yeah,
to sit and feel this in the way that I've felt like Dreams
yeah.
of Being Dust very closely to me,
it
right? That's not an
it's
album that I want to go look to have like coffee shop talk about. That's an album that I want to sit and fester in my own feelings over, and I kind of feel the same way about this.
it's the same way I felt last year about MJ Lenderman's Manning Fireworks,
Mm,
which was when it came out instantly, like the day of release. I was like, this is my favorite album of the year. I just loved it instantly, and it was the most talked about album in the rock space, at least, of the whole year. And it was sort of one of those things where it's just sort of like I felt like I couldn't bring it up because it was sort of like, oh yeah, we know.
it feels like critical conversations online are becoming subject to like this accelerationist kind of philosophy where they come out and instantly everyone is tired. Like just from perpetuity of existing in an online space, it's just like instantly if something gets enough exposure, there's no grace period. It's just immediately like, oh God. And like I'm kind of glad I'm like super unplugged from all of that. Like every album I've listened to that's new this year has been 100% mine. Like every opinion I've cultivated, like I don't fucking know what people think of the new Quadeca album. And frankly, I don't give a shit. I just kind of like
Yeah.
listening to it and going on with my life. And like, and again, it's ironic that this is coming from a podcast talking about music, but like, there is a space for just letting things be what they are and not having to, over discussion is certainly a quality, but there is also like you have to remove yourself to a certain degree to be like, hey, just because I am plugged into my phone 24/7, all the fucking time doesn't represent like 90% of most people's experiences. So the fact that we're all upset about how a popular album is popular and how popular album is talking about popular subject matter, like this doesn't none of this actually matters. None of this
It's funny,
matters.
like, yeah, all this conversation, and it's still like no one of my coworkers would know who the fuck this band is if I asked.
No,
Yeah, if I walked up to my
no.
coworker and I said, "Yo, you check out the new Tropical Fuck Storm?"
Hey, that God willing, if we get to that point, that might be good. If people know who Gareth Lydiard is, I feel like we as a
Yeah,
society could benefit from this.
yeah, I love that you mentioned Tropical Fuckstorm as well because yeah, Cameron Winter absolutely has a Gareth Lydiard energy to him.
Sure.
Now if you're holding him up by those comparisons, I think yeah, I like this album more than the Tropical Fuckstorm album probably, although that album is definitely in my top 10 or 15 of the year.
Right.
But like Gareth Lydiard's probably my favorite songwriter of the last 20 years. So I think the mere fact that Winter's evoking him and the band are evoking what he did with both drones and
Mm-hmm.
TFS is like explains a lot about the connection I formed so quickly. But yeah, good album. Enjoy the album.
Yeah, that's we just kind of thumb scale the shit now for the new album. So I'm a thumbs up on this. Jake, is this gonna be our first time that we've gone opposite directions on the new
It's
album?
probably like it's because we're committing to a binary like we did with Joey Badass. It's like I don't necessarily have super negative thoughts about the album, but I don't really have many positive ones either. So it's a thumbs
Yeah.
down from me, but like I spiritually though, I'm just glad y'all kids are having fun.
You
Uh
guys you guys are like the they them Siskel and Ebert out here. Like, come on.
the they them Siskel and Ebert. You know, if you had told my 13-year-old self who had just started reading Roger Ebert reviews online that one day anyone would call me that, I probably been like, "Why are you using the wrong pronouns?" And
Well,
then I would be like, "That's weird."
the next crisis you guys can have is figuring out who is who.
Oh no.
Oh God.
Okay, wait.
Siskel's the more of the curmudgeon, right?
Yeah,
So
I was about to say, like, are we both worried about being Siskel or are we both worried about being Ebert? Because
I think the true Siskel and Ebert fandom is like having a period, like over time, you eventually like get Siskel more and more. I
no,
feel like.
I 100% do. Like,
Absolutely.
honestly, Siskel was way more level-headed in like the heydays of the actual show. Like, he had occasionally Ebert would just be like way over the line of just like, bro, what do you like calm down.
I showed my film students the Roger Ebert clip of him reviewing Friday the 13th Part 4.
Oh God. It's just violence, Gene. It's just violence and death.
To make a point about how, like, criticism is about saying how you actually feel and trying to describe something accurately, which, Ebert is not being disingenuous about Friday the 13th Part 4's contents.
Ebert is just one of the best writers to ever do that specific thing you're talking about of actually
Yep.
like exploring and explaining his feelings and his response to a film and then of course having the intellect to be able to root that in so many of the formal and like narrative elements of the movies as well. It's just my
His
go.
empathy machine statement is like the most valuable single piece that criticism has received in like the last couple of decades. Like I feel like if you dissect that, you're gonna stumble into being a good critic one way or the other. So, on a very different note, though not wholly different, because if I'm being real and you break down these two albums, which are both kind of written like insane word salad fever dreams,
Uh,
I think if you get to the core of both Getting Killed and LSD, you'll find that they are both
I'm
quite.
sorry. That's just
It's a good
to get
statement.
to the core of LSD and
SD and
getting
getting
killed.
killed. They teed me up for this. The comedy writes itself. But like honestly, I do feel like these two albums are very much the same thing. It's just that one is very American and one is very British, and they kind of reflect what it is currently like in the political landscape of to be a tired, exhausted, beleaguered American and a, oh my God, what the fuck is happening British person right now, just because that's just where we both are. And now we have the Cardiac's album, LSD, which has kind of an interesting story in how it was
Yeah.
constructed, especially when you
Yeah.
consider that it has been a long time since Cardiacs have actually released music. In fact, like when was their last album, Riley? That was
Their
Guns,
last
wasn't it?
their last album, yeah, was that 98 or 99?
I
I'm
may
actually
not
not
have been
sure.
born the last time that
Um,
Cardiacs
Oh
put out an
God.
album.
and okay, so and also Cardiac's frontman Tim Smith passed away 5 years ago
Yes.
as well, and it should be sort of this album is the culmination of basically everything that the members of Cardiacs have done and been
Mhm.
involved and have been working on since their last album. Most of this was written like
By Tim.
over 2 decades ago. It's just taken a long time to kind of fully come to fruition.
His
This
brother,
was
I
a
believe, was also heavily involved with the production of the album.
Yeah, well, Jim Smith has like always been in the band, right?
Mm.
So the this okay, so I'll just briefly like give a
Yeah,
little bit of an overview. I won't
break it
go
down.
into it with too much depth, but first of all, I can't believe this exists,
Right?
for a number of reasons. Like, first
This
of all,
is a
I would have
fucking
never
feat.
expected there to be more Cardiac's music. It doesn't surprise me that more music was made. But of course, with in-band dramas and of course like Tim Smith's worsening health, like there are a lot of reasons why Cardiacs never really fully like continued
Hmm.
after that point. And of course, Sing to God, their like second to last album before their like indefinite hiatus, was very clearly like the work they had been building towards their entire
Hmm.
career. That was one of the early record club albums from the Jams and Tea days. I made the members of the Jams and Tea podcast listen to that absolute batshit psychopathic rage
One of
album.
our most popular record clubs, surprisingly to me, which I'm very delighted to learn.
Because it's one of those albums where you listen to it, you think, what the fuck is this? And you
Uh,
immediately want to hear other people talk about it because you can barely assemble the atoms in your brain to figure out what you're hearing.
mhm.
Cardiacs, one of the legendary, I guess you would call them like art rock bands from the 90s. I mean, in a lot of ways, they come out of the tradition of like post-punk and sort of like psychedelic pop in the 80s. And then it was always a little bit more sort of like the demented, darker side of that sort of music, but with this really strong influence of like progressive rock as well, kind of funneling through that. And it always gave them a really unique sound, but also a sound that it has sort of very clear roots in in British rock music from the 70s and 80s and pop music and it's a melting pot sort of band. But Tim Smith's vocals and lyrics specifically were like the thing that set them apart. I mean, you take one look at some of the lyrics on Sing to God, and that album is like, I don't even know
It's
how to describe that album.
Sing to
It's
God is an assembly of non-stop autistic vocal stems as lyrics. That's the entire if you think I don't walk around my house thinking like I want to be dog like Sparky, I haven't
yeah,
listened to that album in 4 years
yeah.
and I still have it in my
Yeah,
head.
there's a song on there called Insect Hooves on Lassie,
Great
which gives
song
you an
too.
idea, of some of the imagery that you can expect to hear from the album. Really grotesque, really disturbing, sort of like Cronenbergian thing. Or maybe no, I'm specifically thinking of Naked Lunch, so I guess it's more of a sort of Burroughsy thing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
the thing that really like got my attention with this, because
Hmm.
posthumous albums are a thing. We talked about it last year when we talked about the posthumous Sophie album. It's an interesting conversation to have whenever these big sort of posthumous releases come up. But one of the things that really interested me, because it just lines up so directly with my interests, is that one of the new vocalists that they brought in, one of the lead vocalists on this album, is none other than Mr. Mike Vennert, formerly of Ocean Size, which is one of my absolute favorite modern prog rock bands.
We have a big
Huge
video
fan.
on them.
Yeah, me and a friend of the show, Connor, did a fantastic deep dive on their 4 album discography. We went really in deep with those records, some of the best prog, along with like bands like Porcupine Tree. Like, whenever I want sort of to hear like really sort of sharp, atmospheric, well produced, like modern prog metal, either going to Porcupine Tree or I'm going to Ocean Size, depending on the day.
Yep,
So
damn right.
to hear that the vocalist from Ocean Size was involved here, like that really immediately got my attention. And like I'll say off the bat, I haven't spent too much time with this album. I've only actually heard it twice. And once was this morning while playing Hades, as I mentioned earlier. So I can't say with any authority that I have absorbed this album fully. But it is a really, really interesting experience. On the one hand, it's very recognizably Cardiacs. It's full of this sort of zany, weird, bizarre melodic progressions and chordal arrangements and instrumental sort of circus shit that you would expect from them, but it is also like a little bit smoother in terms of production than some of their older records. It's a little bit more refined. You can so tell that these are old songs that have been like meticulously sort of honed over a
Hmm.
really, really long period of time. I do think that the album can, if I have one sort of major criticism of it overall, is that the album can blur together a little bit. It's quite a long record and it's cardiacs type beat, for a lot of the songs. That's not to say there aren't distinct and interesting instrumental ideas from song to song. Of course, there are, but it is like it's not doing very much new in the way of like or developing cardiacs in a sort of in a direction that feels like an advancement for them. It's much more one of those albums, those sort of late career or sort of like post hiatus albums where the primary thrill of it is just hearing the band do what they're really, really good at doing and sort of making it feel a little bit more modern and a little bit more like it makes sense now. On that front, it's an absolute unfettered triumph.
I'm just looking at one of the top reviews on Rate Your Music. I'm just skimming through it because I have the webpage open, and this person makes a comp actually to Black Midi and like the windmill scene bands where it applies to this album. I think that's a great
Mm.
comp. I was thinking about that
Yeah.
as
Black
I was listening to
Midi
this
and
earlier today.
Jordy Greep love
Yeah,
cardiacs.
Yeah.
Very obvious.
The Jordy Greep solo album has a lot of kinship with this, which is really, really interesting to see. As
Yeah, how
once
was this as
again,
a cardiacs
well,
outsider?
you just keep fucking doing this to me where you're just like, hey, there's this band that you've never heard of that have 18 fucking albums, and so we're gonna talk about their new one.
Hey
And
Ryley, how does it feel knowing that you made another you with me? Because now I do what you did to us to other people.
Mm. Yeah,
um
yeah.
and so just
Just
going
look.
into this completely blind, right? The kinship that I was feeling between it and Black Midi and Jordy Greep's stuff, like that gave me a kind of cultural foothold as to what this band was doing because I knew a little bit of the story of how this album had come to be, but I really didn't have any idea of what to expect when actually listening to it. Really, what you get is just a really straightforwardly great progressive rock album that is a long and arduous thing to sit through, like more often than not. And I mean this in a way that I kind of admire. I feel like I'm scraping at parts of this album that I want to like understand more deeply. It feels like an arduous task to like meet the band where they're at here. But it's the kind of challenge that I feel like I'm up for these days as I get more into this weird shit. Uh, but
Jen, you are very astutely describing in much better and clearer wording than I did. You are describing my experience with Sing to God 4 years ago. Like almost exactly what you just said was me then. That completely checks to me.
but there are moments where for me this album just completely coalesces into this perfection of psychedelic rock magnitude. I'm thinking especially of Skating, which,
Gah!
takes a
Great song.
huge prog rock angle, but I mean, so much of this album sounds like my favorite shit off of like Surrealistic Pillow by Jefferson Airplane. Like, I know
Yeah.
this is
Uh-huh.
prog we're talking about, but I mean, similarly to how I've been kind of comping Geese and Tropical Fuckstorm, there's a lot of psych uh, DNA in this that makes it very, very familiar feeling to me, along with, like I said, the windmill. I don't even know how you would describe it because, obviously the windmill scene is taking a lot from the work these guys did. And it feels like that's being reflected in this new moment for them, right? I don't know if these fuckers have actually listened to Black Midi, but it sounds like they have, you know?
I bet
There are
you
just
Mike Venart
moments.
has at the very least.
There are
Mm.
just moments where the vocals come out in such a way and the guitars come out in such a way where I'm just like, oh yeah, this is a Black Midi song all of a sudden. And that has been really helpful for me having that familiarity with getting on the wavelength of this album and, exploring the different soundscapes of this. But I want to spend more time with this in a similar way that I want to with the Geese album, but I'm largely very positive on it. I think it has moments where it gets a little bit overwrought, like Busty Bees just goes on for way too fucking long for me, and I wish I didn't feel that way about that song, but I'm
I
sad to
get you.
say that I do, and it's not just the length of it, right? Because like Skating is my favorite moment on this album. That song is 7.5 minutes long, but it's just a pretty repetitive thing, the Busty Bees song,
Mhm.
and right in the middle point of the album, and so it's a bit of a challenge to get through, but I largely am falling very positive on this. I want to spend more time like looking closely at the lyrics because I also have not had a lot of time to like really sit with it. I've had a really hectic day. Like I watched two of the movies that we're going to be talking about in the next segment, and then was listening to this on the way to and from a very stressful shift. And so this album has sounded like what my whole day has felt like. I've been a
Yeah.
rush all day
God.
long.
I've had a very similar week in terms of tempo, which I guess kind of perfectly primed me. Like I think what Ryley said about this is sort of the key to my reaction because like as I stated earlier, this dual segment here is a story of one case of ambivalence and one case of being won over, and naturally Cardiac's is the one that won me over. Like I basically went and downloaded their entire discography and put it on my MP3 player because now I'm like utterly convinced that I finally get this band now. And I think it more or less does have to do with the fact that the production on this feels a lot more, again, modern, slick, accessible. Like nothing, I would never call any of it sanitized or boring or anything like that. It's just that if you're a modern listener with modern ears, I feel like this is going to be something you can immediately get more than if you throw yourself from the frying pan directly into the fire of something like Sing to God, for instance. But like I was really ready to give myself over to it because again, it's Cardiacs are a band I've wanted to get into for a long time, and they just have this really hard barrier for entry of being like instrumentally fucking gonzo cuckoo bananas, and then their lyricism is kind of even more bananas oftentimes. Like I'm probably the most positive on this album, and I have spent a good amount of time poring over the lyrics. I can't in confidence say that I know what these songs are about. I have an interpretation. I have no clue if it's intended or not. But what I do get is kind of, again, this sort of phantasmagoria infused carnival of Prague. And it feels like a celebration of its own sound. Like with posthumous albums like this and, albums that kind of spend a long time in limbo, you worry like, is this going to sound like the old band? Is this even going to have the spirit? Like, is it going to be there? And frankly, when it comes to posthumous albums, I know that this has some, extenuating circumstances that do kind of make it stand out from the pack of things like it. But like, if you didn't tell me that this was a posthumous album, never would have guessed. Never, never, never would have guessed. Even on the vocal front, like Mike Venner is not the only vocalist credited on here, but he is like the most frequently credited one. And I'll be good goddamn, that man sings exactly fucking like Tim Smith. I never would have guessed it was a different person. Like you can tell that like there's some elements of like the pitch that I feel like Venner kind of segues in between a little bit more smoothly just because that's more what he's used to doing. But like he's clearly in a very different mode than he is on Ocean Size Records or when he's doing something else. Like this is showcasing that he is one of the best prog frontmen alive just because of how versatile he is. This is not like, again, if you ask Steven Wilson to do this, that's a disaster. No, absolutely not. Don't do that. You need somebody flexible. But what I love about this album is that it is unrestrained. Like it is 80 minutes long. It has songs that go on for 8, 9 minutes. It bounces around like a kid hopped up on, sugar and crystal meth in a bouncy castle, and it has zero fucks to give about how, it is accessible or has you along for the ride. It just is. Like with the start off of Men in Bed, it's just this enormous, grandiose beginning, the dense orchestration, and like there's just kind of a staccato vocal delivery across this album that feels semi-improvisational in a way that knows that like they slaved over how they were going to deliver every single lyric on here. And like it's just it also kind of manages to encapsulate broadly what I think the album is about, which is just sort of like a sense of complacency or conformity masking insanity or masking a kind of deeply hidden sociopathy that's kind of a mass hysteria quality of the masses. Like it's very it takes from Prague, like Pink Floyd, for instance. You can kind of pick up on some of the Roger Waters isms of some of the lyricism here, but it's never like, it's never ornate. It's always completely fucking unhinged, which lets you kind of take it more seriously because it takes itself less seriously. Like the way the tempo picks up from the first track to the second is so like it just goes into full Oingo Boingo Zolo shit, which is awesome. It's super colorful. Like the way the guitars on this album sound the entire way through. Like this is my like the best a guitar has sounded since that like MJ Lenderman album, or just like the way it's super colorful and kind of bubbly in places reminds me of like the most recent, well, I'm not the most recent anymore, but Illusory Walls basically is that kind of, again, that sort of colorful playing that's meant more for texture than structure. And like some of the
Mm.
lyrical ideas on here, man, are just fucking like like there are like on skating, for example, it says now he goes and puts himself in many various situations, and it's sung with such elegant confidence, and the lyrics have this kind of weirdly overwrought, even occasionally overwritten quality to them, which sound like nonsense, but when you put them together, I do feel like they cohere into something that you can draw from. But even then, it's you're here for the sound of it. Like a song like Spelled All Wrong, like it has like this super psych heavy start to it, and I love how the lyrics, like they talk about people being spelled wrong, kind of referring to the components of what human beings are made of, specifically in reference to like our brains. And like ironically, it's the song that is the most grammatically incoherent on the album, which is kind of like a clever device to the point where it's like pointing out the hypocrisy and absurdity of the main subject of the song, who is focusing on a woman he deems to be spelled wrong. And then it ends with this fucking shimmering collision of strings and harpsichords, and it sounds like a demented Sergeant Pepper outtake. Like it is just some of the wildest shit I've heard in a minute, and I guess I've just gotten to the point where that stuff really resonates with me. I really want to go back through the Cardiac's sort of catalog, and especially Sing to God. I want to finally have that revisit that will fully and wholly click for me. But like this was a pleasant surprise that, like, you know, I'm not sure how it fares against the rest of their catalog just because I need to make that judgment for myself. But to me, this is an album that came out and I was like, I'm kind of glad that this is also being received well by the online kind of Cardiac's fan base that's residually gathered around their records and communities like Rate Your Music, because this album deserved to have a lot of people recognize that it's genuinely quite excellent. And I hope that this is the gateway for many people to discover one of the most unique prog acts out there. Like I hope that this opens the door for many other people the way it has me. Like I really enjoyed this in a way that I was kind of dreading because I looked at that 80-minute runtime and I was like, oh God, this is going to be exhausting. And don't get me wrong, it is exhausting. And I do think that if you are judging this on the merit of just being a Cardiac's album, it does not have the variance that something like Sing to God or even The Little Man in the House and the Whole World Window might have. But if you compare this against all of modern music, yeah, nah, I mean, shit. Night and day. So I really got along with this in a way that I was very, very pleased with.
I will say the thing that's always appealed to me about Cardiacs, especially appealed to me when I was younger, is that it feels like the basically the mission statement of the band, or one of the most recurring interests of Tim Smith in the band, is sort of like to hold up a funhouse mirror basically to British society and reflect the pleasantness and the sort of like forced nature of the way that that sort of society operates, and sort of pervert it and like add sort of reflect it in a vulgar way basically.
Uh-huh.
And that's something that I
Mm.
always really, really enjoyed about their music, is just the ostentatious like imagery and the disgusting lyricism and the sense of like um terribly awfully like socially maladaptive people, like unable to treat each other in a humane way, and just sort of like, and there's this like also this sort of quasi-religious aspect to the way that vocals are used in the music as well. You get a lot of like these sort of ascendant multiple vocalists sort of like soaring together, but they always have this sort of like strange atonality to their
Hmm.
harmonies that feels like a sort of deliberate perversion of like Christian choirs, for instance. That's something that's a real motif in their music. And like a lot of those aspects, those elements are present here, but I will say that the smoothness of the production, the way that it has sort of been so polished, compared to something like Sing to God, where it's so aggressive in the production front and so noisy, and so like the mix is barely able to contain what they're doing. There's just a particular energy to that record and to some of their earlier records as well, where the lack of polish and the sense of like the fuzzy edges of the soundscape sort of collapsing under the weight of all of it was a huge sort of really enhanced the albums. And that is, I think, lost a little bit here and also contributes a bit to my feeling of the album running together a little bit and feeling a little bit samey for longer stretches than it should. I think that is, if anything, the big critique that I have is just that there's an energy that isn't quite captured here in the same way, and it's more to do with the sound and the production because the songs I think have it there, like you can tell that this is Cardiac's writing and composing their songs with the same mindset and the same sort of preoccupations and like thematic ideas and interests that they've always had. But yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely interested in continuing to spend time with this and seeing if some of the songs open up more and more and more for me because I still like it a great deal. But I would say if you're coming to this as a huge Cardiacs fan or as someone who has really enjoyed some of those 90s records before, just sort of be wary of the fact that it's a slightly different approach to the same thematics and ideas and things musically. So yeah, it may work, it may not, but it's still an absolute blessing that we have it. I'm really, really glad that the band were able to come together. What remains of the band were able to come together and sort of actually complete this masterful like tribute to Tim. And for that and that alone, it's really, really cool that we get to say new Cardiacs album in 2025. Here's what we think. So yeah, good stuff.
Thumbs very confidently up from yours truly. I
Yep.
Me as
very,
well.
very good. Now, let's talk about Long Island.
Last episode we talked about Worcester. Today we're talking about Long Island, baby.
It's a very New England centric show, I guess, these last couple of episodes. Yeah. So I invited Ryley onto this mainly because I knew you had a history with the film in the center of this trilogy trust, which is kind of going to be the main focal point of our discussion today. But I wanted to take the opportunity to talk about the entire trilogy as a whole, just because Hal Hartley seems to be somebody who I won't say the modern film climate has forgotten. I think that among the people who have actually seen it, Trust is quite the beloved picture. It's just that in terms of exposure and especially in terms of preservation, Hal Hartley's movies have kind of gotten, I wouldn't say lost, but like when your best method of preservation is your Vimeo account where you rent everything out and your Kickstarter funded DVD box set, DVD not Blu-ray box set of these very three films, there becomes a danger in which some real gems could go under discussed, under analyzed, and I just kind of wanted an excuse to talk about a very unique filmmaker with a very, very unique and identifiable style to him. So, Ryley, I know that you love Trust. I don't know if you still consider it your favorite movie, but like, do you have maybe a story with how you became acquainted with the films of Hal Hartley, other than the fact that like I tried to do a little research on Hartley and I was like, I'm wondering, it's not like Ryley, you're known among us for having eclectic taste. Like this is a quality that people have known about you for a while. And so it's like it's not super surprising that you would be into a movie like Trust, but I was just like, how did that connection come to be? And then I looked on Wikipedia and it was like, he is known for including the music of such bands as Sonic Youth, Yola Tango, and I was like, okay. That
Yeah,
okay.
which is the entire soundtrack of Simple Men, which is the
Yes.
one movie that I hadn't seen prior to this. Yeah, Trust, one of my favorite movies. Thing is like I don't know that I have a favorite movie or a favorite album so much anymore. I've sort of moved a little bit away from thinking about them in absolutes like that. But Trust is certainly like it is one of those absolutely canonical movies for me that came into my life at a very specific point where I was like primed to emotionally respond to it in the absolute strongest way. And like it's those sorts of things you can't necessarily predict when they will happen, but they when they do, and if it's the right time, it's one of those things that just instantly becomes almost kind of folded into your identity. And like the way that you view yourself suddenly becomes sort of filtered through the prism of this piece of art that like came to be so associated with you at a particular point in time. I will say also though that like I like The Unbelievable Truth almost as much, and I've been a fan of that movie for just about the same amount of time as I've been a fan of Trust. Like I like it's not just hey, here's this guy who made this one amazing movie that I really really love. I really click with Hartley's sensibility, with his sense of humor, and with
Oh
like the
yeah.
way that he views like small town, like isolated suburban life. Like he has this particular like when I was a kid, one of my well a kid when I was like a teenager, one of my absolute favorite filmmakers was Jim Jarmusch, and I got really
Mm.
specifically into like his early 80s movies like Stranger Than Paradise, Down by Law, Permanent Vacation, like these movies that have a very kind of offbeat and sort of like sardonically funny but also like really sort of it's just these sort of silly little character studies of a small group of people essentially just fucking around in a town because they have nothing better to do and they're just sort of enjoying life, sort of bouncing from one thing to the next. And there's something about the sensibility that like a guy like Jean Rouge had in that time, and certainly someone like Hartley would have going into the 90s, that just resonated with me. If you've grown up in a particularly sort of like isolated or sort of shitty small town that like is also a place where they're trying so desperately to kind of put up some sort of facsimile of like quintessential like suburban life, then the feeling that of these movies and the particular like emotional tones that they're painted with and the personalities that the characters have will connect with you. And like I've never been to Long Island. I know next to nothing about Long Island, but I don't need to because Long Island is like it is the subject of the portrait, right? But it is like really it's just the kind of place that Long Island is and the kind of existence you have growing up there, sort of like a shitty little place where not much happens, maybe where there's a sense of kind of faded glory, where a sense of like maybe in the past it used to be a place that had a little bit more import, but now it's sort of like it's a place of sort of faded industry and just sort of people left behind. But at the same time, like while there's that melancholy of like a sort of perpetual malaise of existing in that state, Hartley, like the thing with Hartley is that he has this really sharp sense of humor as well. He finds a lot of like almost sometimes like broad comedy and just the absurdity of life in that way. And these are, I should really emphasize, comedies. These
Oh
movies
yes.
are
Hell yeah.
comedies first and foremost. Like if you approach them in any other way, like you miss you risk missing what is like at the heart of them, which is which is this real sense of like whimsy that they can have, like of like satire as well, but like lightly sort of shaded satire that sort of just in a very 90s way sort of like has a sort of slightly askew look at just what normal life is like for people who don't think of themselves particularly ostentatiously, but are just trying to sort of live basic lives. It's sort of got a little bit of like a kitchen sink-esque quality to it, but in a very sort of specifically American East Coast way. Yeah, that's sort of the broad overview. And these three movies like have very sorts of they share a lot of the same cast members as well. Hartley is one of those indie guys where it's sort of like a troupe of actors, basically.
Hmm.
You just work with the same people over and
Yeah.
over again because you forge really, really strong relationships with them. And there's a shared philosophy, a shared point of view, a shared ability to realize that vision of life. These aren't films for everyone. I think that there are aspects of Hartley's sense of humor which extends into the way that he directs his actors to perform. Some people describe it as sort of like emotionless performances, but they're not. It's not like a Yorgos Lanthimos thing. It's just sort of like
No.
it's a slightly flattened affect, which I think is the source of a lot of humor,
Hmm.
but also is sort of like a kind of very wry way to sort of present the dullness and the sort of emptiness of life in this sort of in the place where this movie is set. But the characters are still very rich, and they still have a lot of like emotion and interiority that the movies really explore because they are so character driven. Like they're these little tiny ensemble films, right? Where there's a couple of like central characters, but there's also an extended cast of people who sort of interweave and intermingle with the generally usually two or three leads, ends up giving the sort of real sense of the tone of the community and the sort of place where everyone sort of knows each other and every one person's individual life naturally dovetails with that of others around them. You forge these sorts of relationships which are simultaneously both like emotionally rich and based on a sort of shared experience, but also kind of mundane because your lives are so similar and you experience a lot of the same things. And there's also a strong sense in this movie as well of like the response of a community to some sort of agent of change or some kind of thing entering the community, a person entering the community, or like a change in the dynamic of the community and the way that sort of people respond to that. Unbelievable Truth, I mean, specifically, with the character played by Robert Burke, he sort of enters this small town and his mere presence in combination with sort of this element of mystery around his backstory and whether he did or didn't murder people,
He's a
like
mass
creates
murderer. He
it,
was
it, it the,
incestuous.
this rumor mill sort of immediately starts swirling, and I think throughout this movie you get a real sense of like the way that kind of small sleepy community operates, where they're all kind of just desperate for some sort of spark of excitement to come into their lives, and then when it does, they have this like sort of curmudgeonly nervous sort of like almost antagonistic response to it, and there's just something about that feels very familiar to me, and I'm curious if it does to you guys as well.
Well, the thing about where we've gone in detail about how, despite the fact that you live in New Zealand and we live in Kentucky, that there's a big overlap between the environments that we were raised in a lot of respects. And I feel like watching this whole trilogy, it was just like, this really brings to light how similar I feel like. I mean, maybe you can speak to something differently, Jen, but honestly, I was very keenly aware of the fact that it's just like Kentucky is often considered the South, in at least a part of the South of the United States, which is somewhat true. But at the same time, we are almost bordering the East Coast. We are also a part of the weird kind of Midwestern kind of state that's sort of been
The kind of not Midwest that's on the east side of the Mississippi.
we are essentially in the trifecta of like the worst places to live in America. And like we have Appalachia here, we've got the Midwest here, and we've got like pseudo Long Island here. And it was just like I completely understand and get on the wavelength of the environment that Hartley is portraying in all three of these films because it is just so similar to the one that I was raised in. Like I like especially in I think well, I mean, not really even localized to just one movie, is that all three of them I was just like, yeah, I grew up in a town that was tiny and like heavily industrialized and where everybody looked like this and talked at least kind of like this. Nobody talks the way people talk in Hal Hartley movies because I mean, normal people aren't that clever. But like that's the you're very right to point that these movies are primarily comedies, and that's the one thing I want to accentuate the most is that this is one of the funniest film trilogies that's like ever been made consistently. No matter what I think of the individual films, I'm basically laughing 90% of the time when watching these movies. Fucking in the first part of The Unbelievable Truth is literally just our main character, Josh, played by Robert Burke, is just like he's getting out of prison and the dude just cannot find somebody to give him a fucking ride. Like he just keeps getting into different rides. Cars keep breaking. He gets kicked out because he just got out of prison. He gets picked up by another guy. His car breaks down. He gets kicked out again. Motherfucker can't catch a break. It's literally just impossible.
He's Josh is such an interesting character because Hartley is a very theatrical guy. These movies feel like stage plays in a lot of respects, and Josh as a character feels like the eccentric drifter character that you see in a lot of Southern Gothic fiction. It made me think of like obviously he doesn't have the same kind of disposition, but it made me think of the antagonist of the Flannery O'Connor short story Good Country People who
Ooh, that's a
comes into
good shout.
town who comes into town to sell Bibles as a front so he can rape teenage girls. Uh,
Very Flannery O'Connor-esque. Yeah,
Mhm.
definitely, definitely.
Very Flannery O'Connor. Um, but obviously, Josh is kind of the opposite of this sort of figure where everybody is immediately suspicious of him, but he is fully committed to sobriety and living as a regular citizen who just wants to work like a normal job and not worry about relationships and just like be a person who exists in as real of a world as he can grasp onto now that he's been recently released from prison. But this is obviously thrown out of balance with the introduction of what will eventually be his love interest, the daughter of his boss. So we're setting
And,
up a very like 1940s stage play narrative here with a
Yeah,
guy who
yeah.
hates the idea that he is in a story like this.
Hmm.
yeah. And we also have to say as well, I know a lot of words are about to be like spilled on Adrian Shelley, but she has like one of the great introductions of this
Yeah.
into movies is her first scene in this where she just wait and it's a small thing, but she just
Hmm.
wakes up and she like stretches her arms and you
Hmm.
hear the sound of a rocket blasting off as
Yep.
she's yawning.
Yep.
And
I
it's
feel
just
like
like
I saw that and I was instantly like, is this movie gonna be about like post Cold War paranoia shit? And like the first thing she says in the next scene, she's just like, the world's gonna end. And it's like, oh,
Yep.
yeah, she's like
oh,
there's a great scene where she's having a chat like a conversation with one of her friends and she's just obsessed with talking about like how small nuclear weapons are now and how they can be
they
concealed in a
build them so that they
briefcase.
can carry them in a briefcase now.
Yeah.
That's not what the
Um
nuclear football is, Audrey, but
so yeah, so I mean Adrian Shelley is just one of the most like magnetic performers, probably the single most magnetic performer in Hartley's troupe. Although the more like watching these movies, like I've seen Trust a number of times, but it was great to come back and rewatch Unbelievable Truth and see Simple Man, which I hadn't seen. And watching them all back to back, like you get a real sense for like the identities. Like it gets exciting seeing an actor you saw in one show up again in another one, and they're almost
Yeah.
invariably playing just a slightly different shade of the same character in each
Christopher
of the
Cook
three
in
films
particular
anyway.
is basically the same guy in all three movies.
I have to say, the funniest one for me was the actor who plays Matthew's dad in Trust, a movie I'd seen many times. I
Yeah.
absolutely lost my shit when I watched Simple Men, and he turns up again as this like Karl Marx-esque like
it's insane.
burnt out revolutionary womanizer who just sort of lives on a boat and and you don't see him until like the very end of the movie as well. It's just so funny.
And then Kelly Reichardt is also there, and you're like, what?
Yeah,
Uh,
just
and
Kelly
it and
Reichardt.
and Simple Men even has like a Stranger Than Paradise thing of like there's also a random Eastern European woman in the cast who's
Hmm.
very mysterious and attractive and like the whole sort of like everyone's suddenly becomes magnetically sort of focused on her mystery. Anyway, it's just a random thing, but yeah, it's a real treat watching these and seeing like the same actors like basically turn up in basically different roles, different like versions of the same character essentially. I mean, Unbelievable Truth and Trust are kind of very similar movies in terms
Mm.
of story. I mean, they have like some key differences in the like the way the stories play out and the focus of the story specifically. The dynamic between Audrey and Josh in this movie is not at all dissimilar to the dynamic between Matthew and Maria in Trust. There's just a little bit more going on, and Unbelievable Truth is a little bit more about the community, like more broadly,
More
and
ensemble
about
focused.
what and more just sort of about the at like the way that that community functions. And one of the interesting things about Unbelievable Truth is like it's in large part a movie about like enforced roles and like
Hmm.
Yeah.
in like a micro social context, right? Like basically everyone knows, not everyone, but basically a lot of the people in Audrey's life in that movie basically think they know what is best for her. And it gets to the point where she's even unsure of like what she should do with herself, whether she should become a model and basically fall down this path. There's like a hilarious dynamic with her father where he's sort of like actually there's a great scene, like one of the first scenes in the movie where she gets like, and it's a perfect encapsulation of Hartley's sense of humor as well, where it's like this really sort of like middle America sort of like, you can tell it's a sort of like forgotten dusty industrial town where not much happens and people don't really make it anywhere. And it just opens like with her getting an acceptance letter from Harvard, and it's just sort of like she seems like barely like excited by it, and her father has this fantastic reaction, and it's just like it perfectly sets the tone completely while also being like this sort of very funny bit of like observational satire. I don't have any more points than that at the
I
Well, it's
moment, but yeah.
all Unbelievable Truth is all about people who have resigned into the roles that they play in this
Yeah,
little local community.
yeah.
And it's about the arrival of new players, right? Audrey as a freshly blooming woman who is entering her adulthood, and Josh is the, mysterious drifter figure who's throwing off everybody that he comes across, right? Everybody else has kind of decided, I know how my life is going to go for the rest of my life. Even characters like Edie Falco's character, who's like arguing with people about why no one should ever marry her or whatever. Uh, but then you have these two who just kind of are on a collision course of self-actualization that
Mm,
brings them toward each other as much as they are diametrically opposed in what they actually want out of life, right?
mm,
Audrey wants to some extent to get over this kind of doomerism that she's got in her head about like the Cold War and being able to make a name for herself in any way, shape, or form by going to Harvard or like being a model or just settling down, right? How do I feel confident in the life that I have built is Audrey's big conflict. And Josh is kind of having the same thing, and they're both going about it in opposite ways, right? Josh wants to live as little as possible, and Audrey wants to live as much as possible. And that
yeah.
draws them to each other, even as it sets them as opposing forces throughout most of the runtime.
They're both sort of like trying to fend off the community, like trying so hard to define who they are, like and
Yeah.
what they're going to be, and what Josh is this like murderer, this convict essentially, and then she is just this sort of ditzy like teenager who's better off going to become a model than trying to like go and be successful at Harvard, right? Like they're constantly being defined by their community, and that's sort of how they connect, even though they want different things, but ultimately, like fundamentally, they want the same thing, which is to sort of self-determine. Um, and that's also true of both of the central characters in Trust as well, although that's a slightly different dynamic because that shared desire for like a kind of freedom from their like cartoonishly oppressive home life is something which really bonds them together and causes them to sort of start questioning, well, what does it even mean to be like in a meaningful, committed relationship with another person? Like, is it possible to actually get something more fulfilling from that dynamic when the only like relational dynamics that they're used to are ones that are like harmful and painful?
Yeah.
The kind of dynamic of the family unit is a very present element of all three movies in kind of the same way that somebody like, Paul Thomas Anderson, like that kind of aspect of his films just kind of keeps rearing its head in a lot of core ways. Like one of the things I love about Hartley is that his tone is very like these are all very dark comedies as well. But within that framework, he uses these tones to like strengthen the drama rather than, water it down like some people could, I think. Like one of my favorite examples of how he kind of does emotional storytelling is the relationship between Audrey and her mom, or her, not her mom, her dad in The Unbelievable Truth, because like they're constantly like talking about, college and what she wants to do, and they have all of these really great kind of rapid fire discussions that like that's kind of a thing that Hartley seems to be really like good at, is just these rapid verbal, counter argument sessions between people with really slick, very archly literate dialogue between the two of them that kind of highlights the absurdity, but also lets you know what these people are about. And so they keep kind of going at each other's throats through the whole movie. But the one thing I love is that there's a point in the film where somebody, like, they're talking about what she's doing, like, modeling wise. And then all of a sudden, he gets really defensive and angry about, he's just like, none of you all could do what she does. Like, you gotta, like, this is a skill that you need to hone, and that she's doing a good job and she's making good money, way more money than you're making. And it's like, you can tell that that's how he cares about her, is that he wants to defend her, even though he kind of agrees with the value judgments that other people are making of her. But he's just like, no, 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 that's my daughter, I can do that. It's like, it's showing a kind of very typical male patriarchal possessiveness, but there is a love to what he does in a way that's not just like, oh, it's tough love. It's like, no, he folds in on himself and becomes a complete hypocrite, but also is just like, no, he's right. Like, she is doing her best and is doing a better job than a lot of people there are. And if she wants to get away, she feasibly could if she keeps honing this particular skill of hers. And it kind of feels like that's how he uses relationships, is that they're always, it's kind of a prismatic thing. You're always viewing characters through the lens of other characters. Like Trust in particular is like a really, really great example of that. But like on The Unbelievable Truth as well, it's a very, very present element that I feel like kind of ends up defining what these movies end up being about. But like, even in like a moment to moment basis, just the normal conversations that happen in this movie, God, man, I bust a fucking gut. Like, if there's a dialogue scene that goes beyond a minute between characters, there will be one or two moments where I'm just like, where this kind of dry delivery, where he'll just kind of hit a very particular comedic beat. And it's like, it's because everybody sandbags everyone in these movies. Like, there is not a, like, people will say absurd, obscene, crazy shit, and everybody's just stone faced, like completely. And that doesn't always work for me. But in these movies, I don't have a moment, like, I, if anything, I laughed too much at some of these movies. Like
One of my
some
favorite moments of this whole trilogy is a moment between two of the more minor characters in the film, but where basically they're talking about whether or not they should maybe progress into a romantic relationship. And so they start talking, they have this exchange, and then they start over and say the same stuff to each other again as a way to
yeah.
talk each other out of it.
Hmm.
Because
It's
they realize that like they're walking into something that could be dangerous. And so the appeal is the same reason that they shouldn't do it. And that's rendered fully literally by just having them repeat themselves verbatim. It's so funny.
it's very, very smart. I admire Hartley as a writer about as much as I do as a director. Like, the one kind of archetype of film that I'm coming to discover that is like resonates with me is just the idea of like the scrappy indie debut. Like, one of the reasons, like, I'll give you two reasons why I fuck with this trilogy as much as I do. And that's because you watch these and it's kind of impossible not to be like, oh, this is some Stephen King shit. Like, if you take the vampires out of Salem's Lot, you get The Unbelievable Truth. Like, it's always, stories about communities and these webs of relationships that they have, and it's very, very blue collar stories. Like, the thing about The Unbelievable Truth is that more than the two films that follow it, that really feels like a post Reagan movie. That feels like a movie where it has like, that smash cut at the very beginning of him staring at that statue of like one of the presidents, and then that
Of
framed
Washington, and then it
of
cuts
Wash.
to a poster on Audrey's wall of
And
Washington.
she's always she's talking about how much she admires George Washington. Like, that is something that I did not expect at all, of just being like, damn, she's actually like she would be spitting if she was saying this now. Like, I've seen people talk about democracy in the ways that she talks about it this year. And so like these are very politically minded movies. Like, I think overtly in The Unbelievable Truth more than anything. Like it feels like that aspect of it's really focused on, and we kind of have that more blue collar shift to the following two movies, even though I would say that that's still a very a prominent theme in all three. But with The Unbelievable Truth, that's a movie that like I really dig what it's putting down, and I don't really mean this as a negative in any way, but it is so rare that you get to see a movie that so clearly evolves into another movie. Like, because, like, again, I think The Unbelievable Truth is great for the record, but like you watch it and Trust back to back, and it's like this was a draft is probably being a little unkind, but it's like this feels like taking the same components and refining and sharpening them. Like, particularly, I think in how he directs actors, like to sort of suit his dialogue. Like, there are moments in The Unbelievable Truth where some of the exchanges can feel just a little bit more reserved than the material might suggest. But then I feel like that problem is like paved over completely. Like, Trust feels like such a beautiful refinement of the rougher edges of The Unbelievable Truth, which is not to say it's an improvement on the whole. I'm just saying that that's kind of what makes it different. Trust is something that you have to have something in your rear view to make a movie as sort of economic as I feel that one is. Because these are all like south of 100-minute long movies, and they move so
Yeah.
well. Like they are paced perfectly and the way they just kind of bounce from scene to scene to scene. It's very, even though the movies themselves are very relaxed for the most part, like there are instances of like, oh wow, but it's very much things that come and go, and it allows you to just sort of sink in with these characters. They don't really have plots that develop much. I mean, like I would classify Simple Men in particular as like that's like borderline a hangout movie. Like nothing really much happens in it. It's just that the beginning happens, the middle happens, and then the very end is where the beginning resolves. So there's a lot to say about like the similarities and differences, but I feel like The Unbelievable Truth is a good way to acclimate you to the kind of filmmaker and kind of writer that Hartley is. And then you get to Trust, and it's like, aha, you found your voice. Like this is you fully realized.
Yeah, no, I think Trust is an immaculate movie. It starts on a note pretty similar to The Unbelievable Truth, where you've got this argument between this new character played by Adrienne Shelley and her father, where they just have this back and forth. It's like, bastard, slut, daddy, get out. Like they're just going back and forth so fast. And then the dad has a fucking heart attack when he finds out that she's pregnant. And
Mm-hmm.
that's how you know that you're setting yourself up for a pretty tonally different movie because the comedic and the dramatic stakes are pretty heightened in this one, where like, yeah, the father dies in a pretty comedic fashion, but it leads into this very effective monologue from Maria about this kind of crux of a new state of life that she's in because she's unsure what to do about this pregnancy. She's unsure how she feels about like dropping out of school. Like she's naive and she's kind of a wandering
She's
spirit.
Nave.
Knave. Do you mean naive?
And then, but really, what made this movie set itself apart for me is the relationship between Matthew and his father, where just a line that hit me right in the gut is when Matthew's father just goes, "That's real big of you. Do you think that changes anything?" And I'm just like,
Ugh,
"Oh my fucking
just
God, this is
just
gonna
the
get really
worst.
real really fast for me, isn't
And
it?"
it's like it is kind of like cartoonishly, like kind of how Ryley said, it is sort of like over the top in that respect, but it is also very like like I've seen that relationship. I've seen men who, their overbearing fathers have that kind of iron grip on their lives, and how like Matthew in this, like played by Martin Donovan, who is like so fucking good in this. Like, goddamn, it's you have to work really hard to pull off a performance as impressive as his, that's as reserved, as kind of laid back as he is. But like
Mm.
the way he will talk to his dad when he's just completely admonishing him even though like, and he'll just be like standing there like he's like a foot taller than his father. His shoulders are broader, like he could take him. But when his dad's yelling at him, he shrinks into a little boy and he's just staring in front as his dad is just domineering and just possessive over his life and who he is. And like, you see that he's got like he's holding onto a grenade that his dad brought back from the war. And he's like, and Adrian Shelley meets him at one point in the movie. It's just like, what do you need that for? And he's just like, just in case. And you're like, what? What do you fucking
Just
mean by that?
yeah, so there's a really interesting like tonal shift between these two movies. I love them both very much, but Trust is like a much more sort of I guess it's a more emotionally loaded movie. It's a
Mm-hmm.
movie that's more kind of
Mm.
immediately confronting you with these like diametric differences in like all these like fractured relationships between parents and their children. These like absolute like just these cavernous distances that have been carved out between them. These like again cartoonishly, appallingly uh, awful like father in the case of Martin, and then Maria's mother. I feel like gets a little bit more characterization because
Mm-hmm.
she has some interactions with Matthew later in the movie that I think are some of the most interesting scenes where she's sort
Yes.
of like subtly trying to manipulate him. And then not so subtly when she just gets him ludicrously drunk. And he is also like seems to see through her completely because he sees in her sort of selfishness and in her like utter like lack of care for her own daughter's like emotional state or well-being. This kind of she's so consumed by this sort of bitterness for the life that she's been, the hand that she's been dealt, the like the family that she's so cruelly just been saddled with. Oh, poor you.
She
And
has
and
this like quality to her that's a lot like the dad in The Unbelievable Truth, where like every time she talks to her daughters, it's like a fucking paragraph of incendiary maternal criticism. And then at the very end, she'll have one like you want something to eat, or like I love you, hun, or like just like something that comes out of fucking nowhere.
Mm.
And you're just like, whoa,
Drink
wait,
some
hold on, what?
water.
Yeah, exactly. Like she has a quality about her that lets you know that she still does care at the end of the day, but it's like all of these things just pile on top of her, and like to the point where she is literally in her kitchen nearly begging Matthew to fuck Edie Falco. Like it's she wants to get her oldest daughter laid so bad, and he is just like, I'm good.
one of the things I like so much about Maria and Matthew's dynamic, and it's something that carries through in a lot of the central like protagonist dynamics in these three movies, is that these characters talk to each other like with everything they say, they're like searching for like a real connection. They're not making small talk with one another. They're almost like relentlessly pursuing some kind of like profound connection, but in a way that's sort of like I don't know, laconic and sort of like they're trying to not make it obvious that they're doing that they're trying to sort of act sort of calm and cool, but really in reality, through every interaction they have, they're trying to cut through some layer of like suburban bullshit that sort of they've hidden behind the veil of for their whole childhood because it's been so oppressive. And they're just like they're asking these sort of big questions about like, what is a relationship supposed to be, what's the dynamic supposed to be like, what does it mean to trust someone, what am I actually looking for in basically any connection I'm trying to make with another human being. There's this like sense when they meet each other that like they finally have someone who's like prepared to answer those questions or like have those conversations with them. And like as someone who grew up in an environment where you didn't get meaningful conversations happening on a daily basis very often, like it was very just how's the weather, all this bullshit. You feel like it's like euphoric when you meet someone, when you feel like you can actually have a real conversation about like substantive things. And that is like an element of the movie that I really really responded to, and that really like makes their relationship so, and the way they interact with each other, so like charming and kind of captivating, is the sense that like they have found in fact a lot of characters have this like relationship dynamic where they're almost like antagonistic towards each other,
Mm-hmm.
and they're kind of
Mm.
like trying to sort of push the other person to see if they'll like lose interest in them, or they're kind of like every sort of interaction as like a test of some kind to see if you have like the stamina or the like capacity to sort of like be an interesting person to like pursue in some way. Simple Men is full of dynamics like that actually
For
as well.
sure.
Yeah.
Both of the two brothers in that movie like have these sort of romantic interests where like it's not really sort of a conventional romantic dynamic, and it almost feels like it's this constantly antagonistic thing where they're trying to like feel the other person out. Especially like this often comes through even more strongly in the female characters in these movies, where there's this sort of guardedness and there's this sort of like sense of trying to sort of get the upper hand as quickly as possible in any sort of conversational dynamic, and actually find some kind of power that can be wielded. Not to say that the movie is like explicitly feminist or anything like that, because I think it's something that's true of basically all of the protagonists, whether male or female. There's this sense of like trying to seize control on a micro level, like in individual interactions that can kind of like, and it says so much about the anxiety and the, you know, the sadness of the world that they live in without like trying to, without making it maudlin or anything. It
Yeah,
just
a thing about the unbelievable truth is, or a thing about trust, excuse me, is that it's a much louder movie than The Unbelievable Truth. Like a lot more action happens in Trust. The death of the father, the scene with Maria in the liquor store where she almost gets assaulted by the fucking guy and she
mm,
Puts a cigarette out in
puts his
his eye.
cigarette back in his eye.
I
And then like Matthew, there's a scene where Matthew walks into a bar, punches two guys, and then hands a cassette to the bartender and says, "Put this on," and then he does it.
that's
And
the
that's there's just an escalation in the action that these characters take that makes this movie, yeah, you're right, Riley. This is a movie about how much control and how much power these characters can afford themselves, right? Matthew is a guy who gets in trouble because he works a customer service job where he keeps telling the customers and the other people that are supposed to be helping the customers that they're all fuckwits and that, and that they don't know what they're talking about.
one of
And
my
he's
favorite
just such
fucking
a
moments in that movie is when he walks out of the TV repair place and just fucking smacks someone's television out from her holding it, and he just looks at her, and everyone's like, and he's like, "It was broken anyway." He just leaves.
Um, and I think especially like my favorite scene in all three of these movies is the drinking contest between
Yes,
Matthew
yeah.
and Gene, where basically Gene trying to exert this control over Matthew and like really meet him where he's at as a competitive spirit is like, fine, if I can drink you under the table, you're gonna break up with my daughter. And so you go through the whole scene of this movie of them like talking about how, I mean, they're not saying it explicitly. There's a lot of equivocation going on here, but about kind of how much they've both brightened each other's lives without really trying to, but just by like being themselves and being able to be themselves around each other has brought them a kind of clarity about their place in the world. But then you realize that the whole time it's a fucking sh it's not everything is a sham, obviously. There's a lot of complicated nuances to it, but Jean is just drinking water, which you find out in the scene immediately afterwards because she gets Matthew really drunk, takes him to bed, takes his clothes off, and there's a hard cut to her like putting her hair up and going back down to the kitchen. That's very suggestive
Hmm.
of maybe something that was going on there that the movie never really explicitly spells out. But then Edie Falco comes back in and she takes a swig of the gin bottle and is just like, "What's in this?" And she goes, "Water." And then it never comes up again. It's just like, "Oh, you bitch."
yeah.
I love that, like, I'm trying to put this in a way that makes sense, but it's like we've often talked about on various incarnations of the show how kind of immune to irony that we're all becoming, which is funny just because I would say that there is a good deal of irony in all of these movies, but like not the nudge, nudge, wink, wink, haha, makes you think kind of irony, like actual interesting, dramatic irony instead. But it's also like these movies are sort of very friendly to the idea that basically I'm just saying that the autistic side of my brain very gets along with how every character in these movies, it's like what Ryley said, there is no small talk in these movies. It is people exclusively trying to have very real conversations with each other, even though that's often very antagonistic, and they're kind of brushing together in ways that like aren't compatible, but like it sort of takes away the veil and just lets you have movies and stories and characters that are 100% honest about who they are and what they want at any given moment. There's no subterfuge. Like they can be lying to themselves or something, but you're never unsure of where someone stands on something in these movies. And it allows this sort of comedic offbeat tone to be more revealing than you would get in like a traditional drama. It's using like it's the comedy is a mask in these movies to hide what these people are actually about. It's like I can feel Hartley's frustration with that aspect of real life. And he's like, what if I took away this bullshit and put it into a movie? And like the first inkling of a detail you get that that's the kind of movie you're going to get is after she puts the cigarette out in the gas station attendant, or not the gas station, the store owner's
The
eye,
liquor store,
the
yeah.
liquor store. And she goes and just kind of sits down on this bench next to this woman in this scene that I absolutely love, where she just like clearly needs somebody to talk to. Like she's had a rough day. She's discovered she's pregnant, all of this stuff. She runs away with the drinks that she stole. And she's talking with this woman, and it's like, they are so very clearly people who need to be able to talk to someone. Like again, with the Long Island vibes, and like this is a very spiritually kinship thing. We talked about the show, AMC show, Kevin Can Fuck Himself on the last episode. And it's like the same exact thing of just a community of people who do not know how to communicate with each other at all. And like she sits down next to this woman and you think that she's about to console her. And this woman just spills her entire life story in front of her. Like, and she's not listening at all. She's just like, oh boy, another person. And then like like there's a woman with a baby stroller in a continued side plot in this movie who like comes up behind them. She leaves and then comes back later, and the baby and the woman are gone. And the mom is just like, what the fuck? And that actually ends up resolving near the very end of just like, you can clearly tell that even the side characters in this are just people who are like, they don't have the agency or are not willing to claim their own agency, and they just spill their guts at any kind of opportunity whatsoever, just because they're all so pent up. They're all so just like used to wearing that mask to fit in, to be around everyone. And it's like that Matthew and Maria are just the only people who are completely disillusioned with this aspect of their lives. Like the interaction that she has with her baby daddy at the high school is one of the another highlight of like dramatic moments of the film, where she's like, hey, you got me pregnant. And this dude's acting, by the way, like this fucking piece of shit guy, he's so fucking funny in both of the roles that he's in. He plays her love interest in The Unbelievable Truth at the start, the same way here, except in there he's like a Reaganite yuppie who's actually still really funny. But in this, he's just like a jock meathead guy who only gives a shit about his football career. And she's like talking about all this stuff, and he can do nothing but put her down, nothing but ignore her, talk about how football's the only important thing. And then she's just got this point where she just walks away kind of like towards the camera, and sound just kind of drowns out, and then the score plays, and he keeps going, he keeps going. She's like, well, you don't care. And she ends up having like the first meaningful conversation she has is when she goes to the abortion clinic with like the nurse there, and that's her spilling her guts. And she also still just kind of gets ignored. Like there's nobody willing to actually listen to what Maria has to say or how she feels. And that's why she's so disillusioned. It's not that, her dad died and that, she's got a baby. It's really more in the fact that nobody cares about these things. Like her dad dying, nobody is affected by grief.
That never comes up
No,
again.
it is a side element of this movie that is just like, we don't know what his relationship was with fucking anybody. And you might normally be like, oh, well, maybe that's an underdeveloped aspect of the film. And it's like, no, it's not. He just wasn't involved. And so when he's gone, nobody's missing anything, because that's the kind of community this is. It's people are replaceable if they don't give enough of a shit. And it takes a lot to embody that aspect of a character without just being dry. And that's where I just want to say, I love Adrienne Shelly so much. Like I really
Yes.
I've been a fan of hers since I saw Waitress decades ago at this point. That's like my favorite rom-com ever. Co-starring and written and directed by her. And getting to go and see her work like outside that and see that, she was a playwright, she was involved in a lot of independent cinema. It's like her being taken way too early from us is like one of the greatest tragedies that, cinema will ever see if
I
you
really
ask
do think
me.
about that all the time.
It's
Like
and
every
then
time I think about Waitress, I'm just like,
and then
oh
you watch Waitress,
God.
and then at the final shot of the movie is Carrie Russell walking away with her actual real life child in her arms, and you're like, oh, okay, I was not prepared to feel this. But in these movies specifically, she is so perfect at balancing Hartley's dialogue and tonal tendencies and projecting the idea of a real human being. Like I just there's never a moment where it doesn't feel like she is 100% a part of the world that is being sketched for her. Like I legitimately like she doesn't have any Oscar clip moments in this movie. There's nothing showy about her performance. And it's like my favorite performance in a film. Like she is so good at this and so good at making you feel actual empathy for her. And it's all in her expressions. It's all in how she delivers her dialogue. It's not just about obeying the whim of the writer and director. It's about bringing something that only you can bring to a role. And she has this venom to her, but this vulnerability that she has to constantly balance and still remains like likable and understandable. Like you root for her. You watch Trust and you're like, I want to see this girl succeed, which probably means that she shouldn't end up with Matthew, which is kind of why the movie goes the way that it does. But even then, it's like they have a relationship purely because I don't think that Matthew and Maria are romantically or even sexually interested in one another. They just finally encountered somebody who understands them and don't know how to feel at all. They just like, they're like, I didn't know that other people like me existed. So I guess this is romance. I guess this is love. Like he even has a moment where it's just like, what's the difference between respecting and admiring someone and loving them? And it's like that's the difference is that they just respect and admire each other in a world that is totally deficit on those two concepts.
Oh,
Mm.
yeah, that's such a great way to put it. I just love that exchange that they have towards the end of like, why do you put up with me like this? Somebody had to, but why you? Like
Yeah.
that little wrinkle of ambiguity, of uncertainty defines like the conflict of their relationship, and it defines how they move through the world with the people that are getting in the way of their relationship, right? Is that they are not confident that this is what they should be doing. But
No.
they're just, especially Matthew is a stubborn bastard who's going to commit to it anyway because he's not going to let somebody else tell him what he can and can't do. That's why the conflict between him and Maria's mom is so interesting. It's like, but how strongly do you really feel about this? But clearly strongly enough to argue for it, fight for it.
The scene where he tries to get a job at the local TV repair shop and he's just like, I need people to repair TVs. And he's like, I won't do TVs. I'll only do radios and phones. And he's like, but I need someone to do TVs. And he's like, television's the opiate of the masses. I don't want like he's just got all of these like really kind of like fringe political beliefs and like just like says this shit that like not to mention I looked up a picture of Hal Hartley and was just like, oh, this this is a little bit of a self-insert, like a little tiny itty bitty bit. You can tell, like there's a part, like there's a very identifiable frustrated young man quality to Matthew's character that feels very, young up and coming director writing themselves into their movie. Like it's a very charming way to do it though. Like I don't ever feel like that comes at the cost of feeling like a real life character. And I actually walked away almost as impressed with Donovan as I was with Shelley the second time around of just how well he's able to balance being like 9 out of 10 actors playing Matthew Slaughter, which yes is his last name. 9 out of 10 actors would not be able to make this guy even remotely likable. Like he's kind of a dick. He's kind of an asshole. He's also, pursuing an underage girl, but like not really. But like it's difficult to make you empathize with somebody like that. But I feel like he and the film itself do a good job at making you understand where he's coming from, of just being like, I mean, I guess I'm here. I don't really want to be, but like it's only by circumstance that he really believes in anything. He's just trying. He's somebody who I think gets along with Shelley's character because he sees himself in her and he wishes that he could be her to some extent, of just being like being able to rebel against your parents. Like the
Mm.
fact that she accidentally
Yeah.
murdered her father is probably activating something in his brain. Like, I fucking wish that was me. God damn it. Like,
Like
like,
like with Unbelievable Truth, it's that they both see this shared desire for self-definition in each other that the other people in their life don't seem to have. The other people in their life seem to be a little more apathetic about like how they define their own world and like, think about things. Whereas it's sort of like you can tell, and I love Donovan's performance in Trust. It's just so good. You can tell that this is someone who like the we believe the beliefs about TV is a great little example. You can tell this is someone who has, in some ways, like irrevocably inherited certain elements of like his character from his father, but is
mm-hmm.
also like fighting against becoming him in so many different ways. But also maybe on some level suspects that there's like an inevitable, there's an inevitability to like his fate, but that he was still resisting that, still kind of trying to push against it. Yeah, it's just one of those like classic movie dynamics where it's two people who are like at a very clear transitional stage of their lives, and even if it's a different stage, and circumstantially, contextually, they meet each other at the right moment. We are experiencing that transition together makes it a little bit easier and makes it a little bit clearer what's next for them. It's also the kind of movie where two people flirt with each other by one person saying, "Give me your hand grenade."
Yeah.
That's the thing is that, yeah, this is a movie that kind of has all the great beats of your romantic comedy, but just because Hartley is so philosophically inclined and dry of a person, right? He believes in the idea of love, but but the mechanism by which we arrive at that is not what it used to be. You still have to, impress the family and get a nice job and, make the person fall in love with you, da 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 da. But in a post Reagan, post Cold War America, the way and the how is a lot more complicated, or at least it's different than what, a Howard Hawks movie would have you believe, which I know Hawks is a
Mm.
big touch point for this trilogy for Hartley.
So then you move to Simple Men, which is an interesting sort of expansion of certain ideas from both movies, I think. So in some ways, in terms of the basic plot framework, it calls back a little bit to Unbelievable Truth, the idea of like stranger entering a town. This in this case, it's two strangers who are brothers who are searching for their father. They enter this sort of they hit the road and they basically enter this town and begin to form relationships with certain people as they try to kind of like ultimately reach their purpose. And to me, like the what's interesting about this movie is that the dynamic between the two brothers and the differences in their personalities and their like I guess the way that they approach things. Like Bill, who's played by Robert Burke, is a little bit drier, a little bit more sort of
Abrasive.
similar. Yeah, a little bit more abrasive, whereas Dennis, who's played by Bill Sage, is a little bit more sort of inquisitive, a little bit more sort of curious and sort of younger and still sort of trying to discover himself and who he is. And there's this interesting, like it's almost a Bergman-esque movie in the way that it's like these two people who form these relationships with women in the course of, and with other people in this little town in the course of like their mission. And it's just these interesting little dynamics that form. I'm curious what you guys think of this movie.
Well, to be completely, I need to talk about one aspect of this movie, which is that I am unwell after seeing Holly Marie Combs in this.
Man, like, even
I promise I
personally,
have like smart, intelligent things to say about this movie, but the
don't
strong Holly
apologize for
Marie
being
Combs
right.
just
That said, I would like to co-sign this particular take, and I would also like to extend that to the fact that, like, why is Bill Sage such a babe in this? Like,
there's a moment. I mean this like seriously, this is some really, really, really intelligent filmmaking. There's a shot in this that I'll never forget where Holly Marie Combs' character is inside of a phone booth and somebody drops a photograph. There's a shot of him reaching down to pick it up where you can just see like at the very edge of the frame, her legs are still in the frame. And
Hmm.
it's so like, ooh, it's such a careful moment of this kind of breezing, fleeting eroticism that this whole character that she's playing represents for is it Dennis who's in the room with her? I can't even remember. I don't know why it's escaping me. And then that whole scene is just truncated by the arrival of one of her nuns who runs the Catholic school, who's just like, get back on the bus.
Well, that's actually like I think that's a line in Trust where Adrian Selly says something about like I don't want to feel anything anymore. I want to be a nun. And then like I think Matthew is just kind of like, don't you think nuns feel things? Like he's kind of doesn't know how to react to that. And you see like there are kind of elements introduced in dialogue through these films that are kind of echoed in other films, like that it retains a very solid thematic and kind of a consistency in subject material as well. There's like a lot of stuff about the idea of being like reformed, being like a criminal, having criminal history, or just the idea of like men being unable to communicate with women in like a general, a broader sense. But I also like the framing of like they're looking for their dad, and their dad is like rumored to, or at least like is has been the subject of media attention, where he like tried to bomb the Pentagon. Like he did some crazy fucking thing that was like this radical like borderline like terrorist thing, and that he's like on the run or something, that he's like an established like, and you can kind of discern that he's some kind of like leftist radical of some kind, but he's somebody who like completely abandoned his family and doesn't have a relationship with his kids. Like the moment in this movie that like really gets me is like Dennis finds his dad first. It's like at the very end of the movie, and they kind of have an interaction. But then when Bill shows up, he just kind of looks at him and they stare at each other, and
Mm.
then he just turns away and you're like, "Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
I
that's
was
fucked."
I mentioned this a little bit earlier. I was convinced that their father was just not going to turn up. It was going to be like a
Yeah.
waiting for Godot thing, and he's just not in the
I
story.
thought similarly.
Hmm.
And which was why it was so funny when it shows up and it's just Martin Donovan's dad from Trust with like
Hmm.
white hair.
He looks like
Yeah.
Brad Dourif looks like now.
It does actually a little bit. Like you can tell that it's just like it's the core difference between our two brothers as characters is that it's like they kind of end in the same place with him. It's just the means that they go about achieving that end is like you're seeking someone purely to give them the cold shoulder, to just be like, no, fuck off. And then there's the reasoning or attempting to reason or bargaining with that to try and understand it. And then there's, I don't even fucking care about being understood. And like before all of that even happens, the movie is mostly just sort of this like kind of quasi like a Linklater adjacent like chamber drama kind of thing, but it's like a hangouty tone. Like they've got the scene where they're all dancing in the little diner to
Yeah, like
Sonic
it's a
Youth.
road movie where the car breaks down 10 minutes in. Like
Yes, yes, exactly. And so you're like going in and out. Like there's this piece of dialogue that like I mean so much of the dialogue in these movies is just kind of like ringing in my head constantly. But she's talking to like the sort of one of the main women in the movie. I think it's Kate. Is talking to Bill, and it's just like, I didn't slap you because you kissed me. I slapped you because you were certain that you could. And I'm like, that's
yeah.
Hal Hartley in a nutshell, in one line of dialogue. It's like you're exposing this aspect, this kind of raw nerve of why this character feels this way in a very unconventional sense. And they're kind of attempt at a relationship there. And like, there's also the girl who's, these movies, it might be a good thing that they're a little underground, because boy, howdy, the age gap discourse on all three of them would be absolutely insufferable to wade through. But you have the girl who says that she's their dad's girlfriend, but is like, you can kind of tell like, do only you think that? Because it feels like only you might think that, how she like admires him is like it's sort of an echo of trust, but sort of a rebuke of it, and that he's this extremist, sort of like politically minded dude. There's an age gap, and she's like old now, so she can at least determine a little bit of what she wants her life to be. But like
Mm.
he just doesn't give a shit. Like you can just sort of tell it's like, well, then why did he abandon you? Like they even raised that point to her, just like, well, if you guys are in love, it's a funny way of showing it. Like, uh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like this movie compared to something like Trust, where it's sort of a movie about two people who are kind of like really need each other and are searching for each other without realizing it. This is sort of a movie where the characters are like they're seeking connection, but they're like afraid and nervous. And there's like a hesitancy and a sort of like sheepishness. And again, that sense of like light antagonism and the
mhm,
dynamics, where it's sort of like that you can't really be sure how much you can trust this person or how prepared you are to let them into your lives. And interestingly, here it is very much more focused on like that element of it is much more like the domain of the female characters who are
mhm,
like much more sort of like the movie is primarily about these brothers and this sort of like separate experiences that they have sort of on along this journey, but they each have this woman that they're sort of most of their experiences sort of like focused around in terms of like trying to sort of seek a connection or trying to kind of get information or just whatever they get swept up into. And in the case of like of Kate, who's Bill's sort of love interest. She's this like very sort of guarded person who, responds to him and is interested in him, but also, her husband's just out of prison and there's this sort of sense of danger in the air and she's not really sure what she should do for herself. And then with Elena, the Romanian girl, it's even more interesting as well because there's this like supposedly she's their father's girlfriend as well, but she's also someone who's very sort of like guarded and very sort of like loath to let Dennis, who is the primary character who interacts with her, like into her world a little bit. And so there's this game of emotions that these central sort of character duos are sort of constantly negotiating with each other. And behind all of that, you sense this sort of woundedness that they carry with them. And it's very like subtle and it's very sort of like baked into the tone of the performances more so than anything else. And it's just something that Hartley is really, really good at and his actors are really, really good at too.
The moment that stuck with me the most out of this one is when there's a very erratic male character who, like, one of the first things you see this guy do is punch a headlight out of a motorcycle. But there's just a moment where he keeps repeating to himself, "There's nothing but trouble in desire."
mhm,
And that, I think, speaks so much to the hesitancy that all these characters have to kind of build consistency with other people, because Bill and Dennis start out as being adrift. They're unified only by their father escaping this elder care mental hospital. He's escaping some kind of hospice care
yeah.
situation. And nobody really knows why, and that's why they come back together to go find him. But all throughout the movie, you see people who are just so reluctant to give themselves over to somebody else, whether it's the brothers, whether it's them as sons to the father or as brothers to each other, whether it's the women that they meet along the way, whether it's the fucking sheriff who is just
Oh
Dude,
God,
I
the
love the
most chaotic
sheriff.
worst.
the most
Love
chaotic
this
character in the
dude.
movie. I love the scene where it's like where he goes, he's like they call him and he's like, next time the guy shows up, just detain him. And they're like, how do we do that? And he's like, just give him a cup of coffee. And then what? And then he's like, and maybe fucking call me.
This
He's
dude comes
just
in
such
and
an
just
asshole.
spills. He just keeps talking when he like person will ask him one question and he will give them a 90 like page paragraph soliloquy, and then they'll just be like, "Okay."
There's a moment where the sheriff is monologuing over visuals of Bill turning the car around and coming back to get Kate. I'm just like, wow, wow, this is some Midwestern shit.
Oh yeah.
I just
Oh
I
yeah.
talk a lot with people about, like, I have a very Midwestern sense of humor. It's why I love Roger Ebert's writing so much, and it's why I love fucking
Yeah.
King of the Hill so much. Like there's a heightened reality, but a reserved like vocal tonality to a lot of the comedy of shows like King of the Hill, of movies like this, of Coen Brothers movies, all shit that I
Very
really, really,
Coen-esque.
really, really, really vibe with. And this is the most Coen-esque of the three. And
Yeah.
so I love that for a movie that's so Midwestern and Coen-esque, there's a moment where it just completely cuts loose and everybody just starts dancing to Sonic Youth.
That's
Which, and
awesome.
it's like, I was like, it's like a direct. So there's these another aspect of influence here that I didn't immediately wasn't immediately apparent to me until I actually read a piece on this movie. Is the influence of the French New Wave as
Mm.
well on Hartley and this movie specifically as well, because that dance sequence is like directly taken from Band Apart, the Godard film.
Oh,
It's like they're
okay.
doing the same sort of like shuffle along the floor. But it's interesting as well because like they're doing it to Sonic Youth featuring Chuck D's Cool theme,
Yep.
which even and this is just a little thing. I don't even know if you'll remember this, Jake, but every time I hear this song, I think
You
of
think about
August
August. Yeah, I did too. I did too.
because he talked about this song once on an episode of the show, and
Yep.
he was just absolutely in love with the way that Chuck D does his ad libs in this song, where
They're
he's just like
so funny.
where Kim Gordon's like talking about, slacker feminism or whatever she's on about, like, are you gonna save us from corporate oppression? And then Chuck D just like tell it like it is.
Tell it like it is.
You tell him,
That's so
sister.
good. That's
And so the fact that like it's interesting as well, like the first two movies in this trilogy, primarily like musically, they have like a more of a conventional score, like sort of low
Yeah.
budget
Mhm.
strings. Whereas this is like the cultural placement of like the use of music is much more kind of directly invocative of the time.
For
Like you've
sure.
got Sonic Youth and Yola Tango like throughout this thing, invocative of the time and of the space as well. Like Yola Tango is a New Jersey band, not like a New York band, but it's sort of close enough. So yeah, there's a more of a sense of time and place being set here, which I don't know if it connects much to anything else necessarily. I haven't really thought about it too much, but it is an interesting choice that makes that it gives the movie a particular character at certain moments that makes it stand out to me.
The lyrics of the song itself tie in nicely with a lot of the themes that the film is going for, but you're right, it is a difference in the aesthetic for, the movie to movie transitions that is
Yeah.
interesting to think
I
about and try to
I
aim for all.
feel like you can read a lot of like his inclusion of that is like Hartley feels like someone who came from the environments like this and then like discovered a form of like artistic underground movements of like film, like Jarmusch, for example, and Sonic Youth kind of being in that weird new proto-punk, like New York adjacent hardcore scene that like, that's how they kind of stemmed from that. It feels like a young Hal Hartley stumbled into that and just kind of wanted to like I more than a lot of films, I really feel like I have a good eye, and not in like a parasocial way, but like I feel like I have a real understanding of who the dude who made these movies is and what interests him and what is like what he specifically values about people and about art and about culture and like the interactions between the three. It's very and it is very Coen-esque. The other thing these movies reminded me of, which completely made everything make sense to me as to why I love them so much is that I couldn't stop thinking about Brick. The look of that movie,
Mm.
the look of these movies is that dreary blue gray kind of again. It looks like Long Island in a sense. And everybody in Brick has that kind of elevated tone of dialogue that makes them, that Dashiell Hammett kind of shit where it feels like they are speaking the way that they're speaking as a coping mechanism to cover for the fact that they are all hiding something deeply lonely about themselves. And that's what the dialogue in Hartley's movies accomplishes is that it's like they are saying this because they like the mask is the most honest way they can communicate. And I really like that about them. It makes these movies as character studies it makes them succeed as character studies as well as dark comedies to me anyway.
I think we can put a wrap on this. I had a wonderful time getting into the world of these movies. These
Sick.
have been a great experience, accentuated by that we just did Kevin Can Fuck Himself, which
I
feels
I
like
did not intend that, but yeah,
a
I really
closer
like.
kinship with this than I anticipated, right? Where they're
Yes, for sure.
deconstructing a lot of stereotypical relationship structures in a
Hmm.
lot of their narratives. And I haven't said this. The visuals of all these movies are fantastic, right?
Oh yeah.
Unbelievable Truth has a bit more saturation to it. It looks
Hmm.
that's why I was associating a little bit more with I haven't seen any of these movies in full, but like when I see like stills from Iraqi's apocalypse, teenage apocalypse movies. Like I get reminded of that, but then Trust and Simple Men take a lot more straightforward, realistic visual approach in its coloring and its lighting and its mise en scène. That all serve it really well. The only moment where it kind of gets away from that is in the dance sequence in this, which is a lot more vibrant, not just because of the sound, but because of the way that that scene is lit and shot and
It's
choreographed.
colorful.
Yeah, it's colorful in a way that none of these movies really are. But I had a really, really, really wonderful time with all of these. And
Yeah.
I want to get even deeper into Hartley as a filmmaker because the just looking at some of the premises of his later movies, I'm just like, well, now I have
Right?
to know what that one is about.
Exactly. I
I have
feel
to
the
know how
same
they're going to
way.
execute this. So I want to like really get into his stuff. So Jake, you and Ryley have introduced me to a window of cinema that I did not know I would be so enamored with. I'm going to be thinking about Trust, especially for a really, really, really long
I
time.
have been for
That has
months.
become an immediate, like, all-time favorite of mine. Is the
I
more I think
my
about
my
Trust, the more I
rewatch,
love it.
I put it on my canon list in like the top 20. And I'm kind of like Riley, I'm trying to move away from like the strict numbering of stuff. It's why I don't have a top whatever list of favorites. I just have my personal canon, and this is like one of the biggest shifts I've had with something recently. It's just there's nothing quite like these movies. Like I've stretched for comparisons of stuff that I already love, but it's because it reminds me of so many different things that it feels wholly singular. And I hope that this can encourage a couple people to check this stuff out. And please go support Mr. Hal Hartley. Go rent his movies. I'm sure that
It's halhartley.com. It's
yep,
pretty,
it's
You're
pretty
you're
easy to
easy.
paying him
find.
directly. You're paying
Yep.
him directly if it makes you feel any
Yes.
better. So
Support independent filmmakers. And you know what? Even if you're still not making movies, you still got to eat. So, like it's kind of insane that you can make a bona fide classic like Trust or like The Unbelievable Truth. And, this is what you got to resort to preserve your movies. Kind of sucks, but like it's how it is. So, maybe turn more people onto it. Recommend these movies again. They are broadly comedies, but like if you're the type of person who really is kind of like likes that very literate comedy, I would say that these are very easy to recommend. Like they are a specific kind of movie, but I feel like they have a wider reach. Like if you are the type of person who likes, Coen Brothers movies or Wes Anderson movies, I feel like this is an easy sell for you. Like a really easy sell.
But
so
yeah,
he's
these
also
are
he's currently in the process of releasing his first new movie in 11 years as well. I should mention it's called Where to
Ooh,
Land. I don't
okay.
think when I bring it up on his website, it just has a list to screenings. So obviously, it's sort of
Okay.
still doesn't have like a digital release yet, but I'm sure that it eventually will. So also something that makes it sort of a bit timely that we're talking about Hartley because he has got a new one back. Finally, this is, I believe, the film that he had to get crowdfunded. Might not even be the first film he's had to get crowdfunded, to be honest. But yeah, so definitely go and check his work out. I am going to be digging deeper into his films as well. I'm a little annoyed at myself that I haven't already. I'm really curious to check out Amateur, which is the movie he made
Yeah.
right
with
after
Isabelle
this
Huppert, yeah.
with Isabelle Huppert, and I see it's got Martin Donovan and Elena Lewinson from
Ooh,
Simple
damn.
Men in it as well. So I'm excited at the prospect of continuing deeper into this guy's filmography, but
Holt
also like
McCallany
seeing
and Tim Blake Nelson. Let's go. I
also
want to see this.
also seeing the continuing recurrence of these actors as well that I've really
Hmm.
come to be attached
Yeah.
to. So that's really cool. I love that. I love that idea, that feeling of the troupe who just go from one thing to the next.
All right,
Oh
Jake,
yeah.
you're getting the full 5 points for this.
Yeah.
This was fucking
Yeah.
great.
Let's
This was
go.
fucking wonderful. I had such a great time with these
Awesome.
movies. Riley,
And thank
so great to have you. So great
yes,
to
I was
have
gonna
your
say
influence on this show become fully realized in such a great way. Feels like a full
Yeah, I
circle
don't think
moment
this.
for all three of
I
us.
not to big up my own influence or anything, but I really don't think this would be happening if I hadn't nagged Jake to watch this movie like years ago.
Oh no. And this is
I
why you should follow your friends' recommendations because they will lead to good things.
I do remember watching this for the first time, and like among the many thoughts swirling in my head when it finished was Jake fucking loved this. So,
I'm an
Hell
easy
yeah.
type to nail when it comes to taste. What can I say?
yeah,
Of
but yeah, thank you guys for having me. It was really great.
course.
Like I said before, honor to be the first guest on JJBA, and yeah, I'm really really pleased to be able to join you guys to talk about these wonderful movies. So thanks for having me.
Do you
Of
want
course.
to do you want to sit through us talking about Cowboy Bebop?
I think I'll dip out. It's getting quite late in the day, and I'm getting quite hungry. So I'll let you guys go off on the Cowboy Bebops, and I look forward to when this one makes it to air.
All right,
Well,
thanks.
But
that'll be
yeah,
soon. It was lovely to have you, man. Lovely to have you. Be having more
thanks,
fun making
folks.
food than I'm gonna be in the next fucking hour. God damn it. I gotta take a piss real quick so I can
I think I need a beverage.
Oh, what the fuck? Why is this shit always gotta happen? Just moved an inch. I swear to God. Oh. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Na 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 na.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Tequila. Okay.
There's a lot of tequila in this.
Oh, I didn't even, I thought you were just literally drinking a brisk. God damn. So, next up on the docket today is that we're going to be talking about Netflix's Cowboy Bebop, a piece of media that I avoided for reasons that will become entirely clear. So, Jen, I just want to ask, what was the purpose of this exactly? Other than to
So
cause me pain and suffering, which is a given.
I mean, yeah, this might be the most low blow I have low blowed thus far in terms of, this is a thing that has a few years behind it. For a bad pick, this is the most low I have blown because at least like we thought there would be interesting things to say about the new Morgan Wallen album, and there certainly were. And there are interesting things to say about Netflix's Cowboy Bebop for certain. I guess something that I've been fixated on as we keep doing this show is the idea of medium to medium and genre to genre structural qualities, right? Structure is one of the most important things in art to me, right? The idea of pacing, the idea of how you lay your story out for the people who are experiencing it is just such an important factor in like how stories are told, how stories are studied, the way that we analyze things is often based on, how they are presented to us, how we are able to take in the information. What this has to do with Netflix's Cowboy Bebop is that so live action anime adaptations have been a thing for a bit, right? We had the Speed Racer movie. We had we had the Ghost in the Shell movie, which we talked about a little bit, which I don't even remember why. I think because we were talking about why were we talking about the Ghost in
I
the Shell remake?
I mean, I don't blame us for not being able to recall because even the reasons one can talk about the Ghost in the Shell remake are, made more unmemorable by association.
I think because we were talking about a movie by the same director, I'm not even sure. It's escaping me. But
Yeah, something like that.
um
Was it the guy who did The Crow? Is that why?
yes,
That's
yes, it
it.
was the guy that did The
Which is
Crow. I was
which is
listening to that
very,
segment.
very interesting. Get to
So
that.
yeah, I actually went back and listened to that Crow segment, which is why that little nugget of information was on my mind because in the segment that we did about the Crow in the second episode, we talked about, right, the medium is the message, and when you're making an adaptation of something, how you carry the things that signify what the original work even is to begin with into its new form is the most difficult task of adaptation in general, right?
Hmm.
No matter what you are transmuting, how do I accurately represent how this thing feels and operates is the most essential problem for any adaptation to solve. And Netflix's history of live action anime adaptations is interesting because they have either been producing or licensing, exclusive rights to those in the States for a while. There were Japanese adaptations of things like Attack on Titan
Mhm.
and Death Note and Bleach, and there's a trilogy of Full Metal Alchemist live action movies, which I'm sure you don't have written down on a list for ideas for this show somewhere.
Jen,
And,
there are depths that even I will not stoop to.
okay, I'll believe it when I see it. And
Fair enough. Fair enough.
but Cowboy Bebop was their first attempt to, well, not their first attempt because they did that Death Note movie, but this was their first attempt to make a television adaptation of a classic anime. And this, has interesting creative voices behind it. You've got Christopher Yost, who did a lot of like comic book TV adaptations and seems like a pretty reliable guy. You have Shinichiro Watanabe has a credit on this show as like a special consultation or whatever that gets that we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna revisit that. We're gonna revisit that. And the showrunner of this, Andre Nemec, has done things like Life on Mars and Alias. So this guy has done, reliable sci-fi television. But the thing about the live action Cowboy Bebop, well, Jake, I'm actually going to have you tell me what your first impression of this really was and how you can choose to start this by talking about the first episode or just your general impression of this specific thing, right? What did you think this was going to be like, and what did the first episode give you?
Well, firstly, you got to understand, contextually speaking, not a surprise to anyone, I'm sure, but I love Cowboy Bebop. The original Shinichiro Watanabe is anime is a classic for a reason. It is one of the most canonized anime of all time, and that's also for a reason. It is just one of those things that's so easy to look and point at and be like, that's what this medium is for. That's all of the things that make something like anime great, being great with synchronicity that would just not work elsewhere. And I watched that show. That was one of the first classics that I really dug into in my anime phase. And, I won't lie, I've always loved Cowboy Bebop, but that's a show that I feel like you have to live with for a while to understand it wholly. Not to say that it's like this insanely dense thing. I mean, even in like the texture of that show and just how it works and vibes with people, is that Cowboy Bebop is something that projects style and verve and energy and all of these different colliding aesthetics, but it's also very sad. Cowboy Bebop is a very melancholic show that is not like, yeah, it has exciting, cool action and cool, colorful characters and stuff, but it's a show about being in emotional purgatory and accepting that your life has to end at some point. It's something that has weighed very heavily with me over the years, that like I grow with that show and I realize more of the profundity baked into it and how it doesn't need to accentuate that to still be what it is. So naturally, I'm a big fan, and I heard, oh, they're going to do a live action Cowboy Bebop. And I'm like, I had to deal with the fact that we got live action Full Metal Alchemist like 10 years ago, and I spent many times, including a very blocked and copyrighted video essay that I made about the Full Metal Alchemist live action movie that is technically on this channel, but is still copyright stricken so that nobody can see it, unfortunately. So, like, I have had long since had to deal with things I love getting adaptations that are less than stellar. And in fact, like, the difference between quality of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and the live action movies is, that's the difference between a 10 and a 1. I won't come out the gate saying what the difference between Cowboy Bebop and Cowboy Bebop live action are, but I will say that it is substantially less so than that. And I want everybody to keep that in mind when I rip this adaptation to pieces. Because the second I saw, I was like, all right, they're making it, whatever. And initially, you think, okay, doing Cowboy Bebop might work in live action just because you can just easily kind of picture it in your head. It's not something like Berserk. It's not something like Full Metal Alchemist where you're just kind of
God
like,
forbid Evangelion.
God forbid Evangelion, where you're just like, oh, like immediately you're like, I feel like that might be able to work. You can translate some of that into it. And this initial first impression, I would like to immediately say is wrong because there is so much about Bebop's style that is so synchronic within itself, that is so singular that trying to adapt that is a monolithic task. And I didn't envy whoever was saddled with it. And the first piece of news I ever remember really seeing about the Cowboy Bebop live action show was John Cho being cast as Spike Spiegel. And that was something that the internet had been asking for years. Like the idea of this being a live action show existed years before its actual announcement. And people were talking about, and like John Cho actually expressed like, love for the show. And this was when John Cho's stock was kind of rising as an actor. Like there was kind of a period where he was getting into some more serious roles and people were starting to take note of what a good talent he was. And then people kind of threw around the idea of, yeah, maybe he could play, Spike Spiegel in a live action Cowboy Bebop. And people were behind that idea. People like that had movement. And so initially you think, oh, well, this means the production is at least tapping into kind of what fans want to see. And, you know, that there's a lot that could be wrong with that. And there's a lot that is wrong with that I'm going to get into. But it lets you know that the people making this do care. They have their finger on the pulse enough to know that this is something people wanted. And it's like you started seeing set photos from the Cowboy Bebop show, and it was like nobody really had any definitive opinions or anything. And then I remember the intro of the show being advertised. And I saw it,
Yeah.
and I instantly knew exactly how I was going to feel about it. Because you watch the intro, which is a shot for shot, edit for edit, beat for beat recreation of the Cowboy Bebop OP, which, for those of you who don't know, if you asked every anime fan on the planet, if you gave them a ranked list and you said, rank the 100 best anime OPs of all time, I guarantee you the average number one answer is going to be Tank. It's just one, like, it is an iconic piece of music. The animation cuts are fluid, the keyframes are gorgeous, the style, the collage, the everything about it is urgent and gripping, and you see that, and that's what locks you in to be like, I have to watch this show. It's one of the best OPs out there. And you see this, and you're immediately presented with kind of, I have two reactions where it's like, wow, they really did care enough to make this exactly the same. And then my second thought is, oh God, they're making it exactly the same. And you watch it, and I watched it this time, and I still have the warm feelings associated with Tank as a song. So it was difficult to fully hate it, but it is so emblematic of everything wrong with the show in that when you translate those images into live action, they lose all of their musicality. They lose all of their color. They look stilted. They look wrong. Watching the live action intro to this show feels wrong in an uncanny, weird way that's not just like, oh, I'm seeing a thing mimic another thing. It's like, no, this is a medium specific thing. Like the reason that Cowboy Bebop works in its many components and, its specific alchemy as a piece of art is because it's animated. It's not a side effect. It's essential to what it is. So you translate that into live action, and it's like, what is Cowboy Bebop's style in the original show about? It's about fluidity. It's about bounciness. It's about musicality. It's about rhythm. It's about all of these things that are aesthetically pleasing to the eye, that are sleek, that are evocative, that are cool. And this is just something that's trying to steal its swag. It's something that's like, yeah, we're putting the effort into this, but it's effort that doesn't get you anywhere. And I was like, yeah, I've seen enough. I'm sure this will have its moments and its defenders and what have you, but I was never going to be tapped into this, but now I'm super not tapped in. So I know that there was a wave of like, big online criticism when this came out, like there is with all of these kind of things. Like, the live action Last Airbender that we got recently also kind of had this reaction of just like, hey,
Oh God, I forgot that
people,
even happened.
right?
I was thinking about The Last Airbender, the Shyamalan movie, as maybe something that I should throw in as a nugget of like this is another example of how this could happen. But then yeah, there was that live action fucking Avatar show that Netflix did that I haven't watched. I don't know how
I
much to know about that.
have only seen people talking about it vicariously, but it's just one of those things where it's like that exists because live action adaptations of things are going to make money. Like, never mind the fact that the original creators were essentially kicked off the writing team. It's just like there is not a good reason to which that exists. And I'll say that with Cowboy Bebop, I don't even have that kind of level of animosity for the team making it because after watching it, it is so abundantly clear that the greatest tragedy of this entire production is that it feels like literally every single person cared a lot about it. Like
Yeah.
I hate to say that considering what I'm about to actually with this show, but like this is a piece of media that is so difficult to evaluate for me because it feels so fundamentally misguided and it doesn't understand itself. And I know that sounds like weird and almost kind of pretentious, but like follow me here is that this translated into live action, it immediately just didn't work. The first problem with this show is that aesthetically speaking, everything looks fake. There's
Yeah.
nothing
Everything
about
is cartoony, everything is accentuated. There's no real tangibility to these costumes, these sets, these props. It all just looks so fake. And the thing about Cowboy Bebop's world is that yeah, it's vibrant. It has a lot of weird looking shit in it. But when you see all that stuff in motion, like
it's
it all
cohesive.
feels like it exists in a real place, in a real space. Because the thing about Cowboy Bebop is that it's a unique moment of kind of cultural exchange where Cowboy Bebop itself carves out its own genre space by just how many influences that it's drawing from,
Correct.
jazz and funk music, cowboy movies, science fiction, noir, right? But
Mm-hmm.
also the kinds of surreal, borderline psychedelic stories that some of these episodes can tell by leaning harder into the idea of animation as a way to deliver these messages to you, right?
Yeah.
There's something a little bit more avant-garde about Cowboy Bebop than you would ever get out of something like Firefly, which is a show that's just trying to steal all of Cowboy Bebop's thunder and Western streamline it in a way that works for what that show is doing. But like I see the homework that you're copying, and I'm more interested in what's going on over here.
Oh, and that's the thing. If, funnily enough, Morgan just rewatched Serenity, and we were actually talking about that a little bit earlier, and I was like, that does definitely, like, even directly just, take a lot of Bebop swag very intentionally. But the thing is that that world feels like its own thing. Like, yeah, it's a spaceship full of ne'er-do-well bounty hunters who have really quippy dialogue with each other. But at the same time, I'm never watching Firefly and I'm never like unconvinced of its world. I'm never like, oh, these things are just here to signify that the creators watched the source material. And like
Yeah.
I know that's kind of an uncharitable way to interpret it. And in many respects, I don't actually think that's wholly the problem here. It's just that like when you watch, and I want to zero in specifically because a lot of what I have to say about the show is going to be in broad strokes. But I really do want to zero in on the first episode because the first episode of Cowboy Bebop, the original, like this is one of my favorite introductory episodes to like anything ever. Like I
One
think
of the
that
best pilot
this
episodes
maybe
ever.
even the best. I may even say that. Like I would say that the only things batting around this thing's average for me anyway are like, shit like Mr. Robot where it's just like there's no growing pains. There's no like, oh, you're going to see the show that this is going to be like no, this is a fully formed vision that came out of the gate swinging and swinging hard. And the one thing about Cowboy Bebop that like there's a great I often cite her criticism as being very foundational for me. The YouTuber Trixie the Golden Witch has an old Cowboy Bebop video that might not still be up, but is I think one of the best pieces of criticism I've ever seen. I think it's even just called "You're Gonna Carry That Weight," something like that. But I remember stumbling upon that after I first watched a little bit of Cowboy Bebop just to see what the climate of reviews for that were like, and it explained to me something that I felt but couldn't fully understand is that when I was getting into anime, like, and I was only getting into the classics a little bit after, like, this is when I had only experienced, like, mostly shonen stuff that was kind of contemporary and of the moment, is that there was always something. There's a difficult hurdle to get over when you start getting into anime because of the way tone works. When you first start watching it, the abrupt comedic transitions that anime as a medium is often prone to feels kind of alien if you're mostly a Western media consumer. It's like, oh, they play with tone in everything a little bit more buoyantly than we do. And that can be jarring. And it's difficult to draw the line between like, is this just a medium specific thing, or does this thing not exactly know what it's doing? Because that's a fine line, and that can be a criticism that you can have, and I can totally understand it. And I think a lot of anime are still guilty of that. But the thing is that once I got a little bit more used to that, it was easier to swallow. But back when I had only consumed a couple of things, the first episode of Cowboy Bebop feels weird to you because I'm watching this thing and it's framed entirely by this frustration that Jet and Spike have about not being able to afford food. It's like basically lampshaded at the beginning of the episode that they have this argument about beef and bell peppers as the meal
Yeah.
that they're constantly eating. Is he's just like, why do you call it beef and bell peppers if there's no fucking beef, dude? It's just bell peppers and the fucking noodles. And they have this weird little argument that's very funny and very off the beaten path. And it's like, these are our protagonists. These are our heroes, so to speak. And the antagonist of the episode, Asimov, and his girlfriend are on the run from the crime syndicate that they were a part of. They're trying to sell this drug that, you squirt into your eyeball and that you go crazy. It's fucking like crystal meth, but for your eyes, I guess. And, trying to sell it in this Tijuana ass planet and trying to get money so they can get off
Called
world.
Tijuana.
Yeah,
They
it's called
call it
Tijuana.
Tijuana.
And they want to get off world. They want to go to Mars to escape both the cops and the criminals that are currently pursuing them. And it's like immediately it throws you for a loop because that's the story, the B story is way more emotionally involving. The story of your villain, the story of your antagonist is like, that's the one that I really care to see conclude. Because, like, yeah, Jet and Spike are cool, but also, like, who the fuck cares about them, eating bell peppers and beef? Like, that's just not a particularly huge, gripping conflict. And then, Spike interacts with the characters and they have that sort of chase sequence. And you see that, Spike's got a bit of a past. He sees something in this woman that reminds him of someone that he knows, but you don't know completely what that's all about. And then you have this chase between the two of them that's, really iconic, really well choreographed and animated. Several keyframes from this and the Cowboy Bebop movie were stolen in episodes of Naruto. One of my favorite pieces of trivia is that the key animation was traced over for several different parts of some of the early Naruto arcs, which, I mean, if you're going to steal, I guess steal from the best. Like, I would probably steal from Shinichiro Watanabe also if I was going to plagiarize. So at least
Motherfucker,
they
you put the quote in your book. Of
yeah,
course you did.
fucking exactly. And what happens is that Spike sees this woman and is like, you remind me of somebody, but also you can tell that he's kind of got a kinship with, it's like he sees something in her that he relates to. And there's just this moment where she gets away from him, but they have this little tiny exchange where they're both in spaceships away from each other, and the space cops stop her, and Spike just kind of watches on as she is basically torn completely apart by gunfire. And it's just this weird, melancholic little moment. And then we go right back to Jet and Spike arguing about not having enough money to afford food. And as a kid, I internalized this as, oh, this is just the tonal yo-yoing that anime does. Like they'll have something dramatic happen and then something funny will happen. And then that's just how it is. And then I revisited as an adult and I'm like, no, it's because this show is about being in a wayward emotional purgatory. This is a show where about people who have seen death everywhere they've gone throughout their lives and thus does not affect them. Like the fact that Spike is unfazed and able to return to his normal life after seeing, that woman be completely ripped apart, that's his character, is that
Yeah,
he cares.
there's a tragic element to it.
He is a guy who exists because like he lives on borrowed time. Spike knows that this is the last stage of his life. He knows that he has nowhere to go but the grave, and he is basically buying time until that happens, until he finally encounters Vicious again. And it's such an elegant piece of storytelling that lets you know the kind of show you're in for, the kind of episodic structure. Also, just a show that utilizes its episodic structure incredibly well. These are
Oh,
well
yes.
paced, tight, economical. When it needs to have a two-parter, it'll do a two-parter, but it's kind of infrequent. But it's a show that uses that structure that we really like really well. And Jen, I cannot tell you, like, I was gonna go into this and I'm like, my goal here is to find good things to say because I didn't want to
Yeah.
just do oh, this is so bad, whatever. And I turned on the episode and the problem started before the credits even rolled because I was like, does that, does that say 48 minutes? Oh
So the
no.
thing
Oh
about, yeah,
no.
Netflix's Cowboy Bebop is that these are 48-minute episodes. So premises that they lift whole cloth from episodes of the original show have to be stretched out to meet this new runtime. But the solution to that problem, often for this show, is to truncate background elements of the story that don't occur when the kind of A plot that is the original episode that they're adapting is happening. So in this first episode alone, you get the introduction of Faye, you get the introduction of the Syndicate, which in the original show, it's not even clear whether or not Anton is connected to the same syndicate that
Nah, just a
Spike and Vicious are.
nebulous criminal
Yeah,
organization.
yeah. So you're introduced to the syndicate, the only syndicate in this world's version of the story. You're introduced to Jet's divorced dadism. You're introduced to Vicious and Julia and all this shit. All this shit just gets piled on to this episode that is supposed to be about Spike chasing a single guy.
And I
It
want to
just
be
makes the
clear.
world feel smaller when all these things have to be piled on top of each other so concisely, right? Cowboy Bebop is a messy show in terms of its pacing. Ideas get abandoned very frequently, ideas that are returned to. But if you're looking at it from a traditional episode to episode of like, oh, I wonder how the next episode is going to build on what happened in this one, uh, 8 out of 9 times it doesn't do that, right? Because that's
Yeah.
just not how this story works. Vicious is only in what, 5 episodes of the original
I
show?
mean, like barely, barely at all. And he only even heavily features in episodes that break away from its episodic format to tell Spike's backstory. Like the moment that everybody talks about when locking into Cowboy Bebop original is Ballad of Fallen Angels. Like that's the moment where everybody's like, oh, that's why this show is great.
Yeah, I had that moment watching this again this year where I was like, yeah, these first 4 episodes are great, obviously. But Ballad of Fallen Angels is just on a completely different level
It's
of
because it
good.
waits to do that too. Like that is an intentional choice that like it buries its leads, but it buries them with very, very specific purpose. And when you do this, it's clearly homework. It's things that the show is doing because it wants to pay them off later, but there's no care or consideration into how they're kind of introduced. Like this cold opens in the casino, which is the episode where we meet Faye in the original, but is like, why are we starting this here? Like it even kind of feels out of place within the context of the show, you know? Like
Yeah, that opening sequence for me is just a complete misfire because the climax of the action, the whole like using the super space weapon that blows a hole in the thing, and so oh no,
mm-hmm.
we're all gonna get sucked out of the casino, right? The
Uh
stakes are not usually that high
No, yeah, Bebop is
in
a
Cowboy
story.
Bebop.
Bebop is a story where the stakes are limited. That's what the first episode is supposed to show you, is that it's about, it's about what these things mean to the characters. It's not necessarily big, like Spike and Jet do not affect the world around them at all. They don't change anything within their own universe. It is them being purely reactive characters. And that's kind of, again, it feeds into what the show says about them. Like, and even then, Spike Spiegel is a protagonist. He doesn't change. He does not have an arc in Cowboy Bebop. He has resigned himself to his fate, and the only thing left for him to do is finish the final conflict. Like, that's why we get resolution that's it's not whole resolution, but it is enough resolution with characters like Faye that also means a lot more to you when they introduce that specific element, especially with how they kind of drip feed her character until she becomes a real mainstay of the cast. But like
Yeah.
this completely unnecessary desire to like jam as many recognizable things into the first episode is so like, because it's still doing the first episode. It's still doing the, oh,
The plot
Asimov
of
is stealing
Asteroid
the red eye.
Blues. Yeah.
Yeah, it's trying that. And this is where the technical aspects of this show really let it down. And again, this is so hard to put because it's aspects that I can tell as, somebody who has worked on films. I see the effort. It's on screen. I can tell that the choreography, the camera work, the action, there is so much effort being put into it. And it almost never works. And here's why. The choreography for this is there's a lot of it, and you can kind of like, I can see why using these clips maybe to market the show is advantageous because it looks like it's impressive, but you see it all flow together. Like the actual, like in the second episode when they're at like the wedding in the bathroom where they just steal the fight scene from Mission Impossible Fallout in the bathroom. Like it's literally the same down to the fucking mirror throw. It's the same. But the problem is that there's no flow to the martial arts in this. Like
Yeah.
every beat stops so that a counter beat can come and interrupt it. And it makes the pacing of every hand-to-hand combat scene in this unspeakably janky to actually watch. It feels like you are watching actors perform the motion, stop, hold, perform the next mode. It feels like you are watching a kid in karate sometimes. Like there are moments where they do let the choreography breathe a little bit, but there is this restrictive hold that the edit has on the action of this where like the camera is moving, the shot composition is solid, the actors are actually able to perform their actions, and yet this one choice just makes none of it flow together. And that could be a problem that could affect something in a minor way. But Cowboy Bebop, again, what did I say it was about? It's a show about rhythm. It's a show about execution. Like part of the reason why that show is so appealing even now is that you're watching Watanabe and his team, the best people in the business at doing what they do specifically, do it. And then you're giving me the exact same thing repackaged with kind of fake looking artificial costumes and sets that just they never escape the Comic-Con cosplay uncanny valley of translating what these
Uh,
designs are like, and it just all looks wrong. Like
yeah, none of it looks like it fits, like Spike Spike's character design, Spike's costume design in this is so jarring to me because they mute Jet and well, they don't have to mute Jet that much,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Jet looks pretty close to his original costume actually, but that was
Mm.
because it's already a lot of like earthy tone, muted, plain clothes stuff. They really sand down though Jet and Faye's
Yeah.
visual elements. The costume in an animated character is a visual element. And like the costume design for the actress that's playing Faye in this, I mean, it has its moments where it's evoking what the show is going for, but when she has on that gaudy red dress in the
Mm.
in the episode with the eco terrorists, I'm just like, this
Yeah.
doesn't look right. It's not congealing. It's
Mm.
just not correct because then when she's wandering around like a fucking parking lot on the edge of a forest, it just doesn't look right when she's got that dress on and she's just walking around a parking lot looking for a tree that is also a man. You know?
And like Cho's suit looks like it's made of felt. Like there's like it looks like his costume is made of carpet materials, and it
Because
brings
there are all these like angles to it, right? That you
right.
have to get to make it look right. But in a live action thing, that's no one would wear clothes like that all the
They
time.
don't. The rule of trying to come up with a good character design is, can you recognize a character by their silhouette? And not a single silhouette cut in the show would be able to give you a good idea of, and like that's inherently more true for live action than animation, but that just kind of feeds back into my point of that, like my overriding criticism for this, to the key to understanding what I have to say about Netflix's Cowboy Bebop is this: Cowboy Bebop doesn't work in something that's not animation. Like I hate to be that blanket of a point about it, but that's the thing, is that Cowboy Bebop is great because it is animated, not in spite of the fact that it is animated. And American production companies, when they do this adaptation thing, they never ever understand this. The only time that people actually have managed to do this and ended up improving the source material is when the Wachowskis took a crack at fucking Speed Racer. Because, first of all, nobody gives a fuck about Speed Racer to begin with. Nobody gives a shit about the cartoon. It's not good. It's a Saturday morning cartoon that's written like, ballsack. And then you watch the movie and it's like, oh my God, this is form challenging. This is incredible. This is like, this may as well be animated. It's so fucking fluid and bouncy and colorful. It's one of the few examples where you can tell it's just like, okay, if you're gonna do it like that. And this sort of rigid adherence to being like it's slavish devotion to like mimicking what the original show is what makes it a worse adaptation, because it just doesn't know. It knows how to copy, but it never knows how to translate, because
Mm.
every aspect of this first episode, it has all of the beats that Asteroid Blues has. Well, I mean, it doesn't
With some
really
other
have
stuff in there too.
yeah, with some other junk in there. And then, there's they fight, there's the plane escaping, and it kind of sands down the general tone of that entire interaction. But like it also kind of staples the fact that the biggest change that this show makes to what the story is and how it functions was something that I was initially at least a bit curious about. And I feel like that's undeniably Vicious and Julia, is that I was just like, okay, we're focusing more on these two characters that, in all honesty, were not really all that important to the original show. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that, like, Vicious, great character design, cool antagonist. His purpose is not to be well rounded. His purpose is to be a force that collides with Spikes. It's just kind of how he is embroiled in this tale between these three characters and this kind of love triangle that they
Right.
have.
Vicious's place in the narrative is defined as he is introduced and never really challenged because, Vicious is not a character that needs to change. He is a character
No,
that needs to sit opposite of Spike.
he represents the status quo, and Spike's differentiation from the status quo is what makes his character his character. It's like they are basically different versions of the same guy, and that's what tells you about their characters in the show. And my interest in this subplot faded almost instantly. Like,
This
I,
guy sucks.
first of
I this
all,
this performance is awful.
this
I hate him.
this Lucius Malfoy looking motherfucker, man, like vicious, like, and that's the thing. I don't really think that he's that difficult of a character to nail. And granted, there's a lot of differences between these two versions of him, but like the fact that they make him such a simpering little whelp in the show is such a bizarre, like the point of his character
So
design that
pathetic,
they
man.
they stick to the character design that in the original show is meant to be what? Intimidating, cool. You're supposed to see that guy and be like, "Whoa, who the fuck is that dude? And what's he gonna do when he finds Spike? He's got a katana, there's a fucking raven, and he's talking in poetry. Who is this motherfucker?" And then you have this beta whiny little like they immediately set him as not like a key player. He's a guy who's underneath the heads of the syndicate who like, keep him on a leash essentially. And again, doing this is not an inherently bad thing. But like when you stick to all the character details and you have him look the same way and try to again cut that silhouette and he just sucks. Like he's not intimidating. I never once like even when he gets handsy with Julia, you're kind of like, I mean, you're just doing this because you're pathetic and insulted. And
Yeah, like
slowly,
him being bad to Julia is because he's a pussy. Like
yeah, it's not from any kind of
that's
internal.
that is a key element of his character is that he's a pussy who keeps getting like outsmarted by everyone around him.
He's
Either the
dumb.
Syndicate or Spike is always one step ahead of him.
He's like and it's almost played for comedy how inept he is, and then because they lean heavy into it, because I mean I don't care about spoilers at all of this, so like who gives a fuck, but like Julia almost has like a Lady Macbeth thing going on here, and it's I I I can't find a genuine definitive reason to be opposed to this creative choice beyond the fact that it's just like, really, like what,
Mm,
why?
mm.
Like I feel like it's when you copy every element of something like this and you make such distinct changes that really matter in the context of your main character, it just all of the drama in this completely fell apart for me. Like, and okay, I'm gonna be brave for a moment. John Cho's not good in this. And here's the thing, no one could be.
Yeah.
I applaud the man for trying to do his best with what he's given, but I guarantee you, with the way they write Spike in this, there's not an actor alive who could. Daniel Day-Lewis would fumble this, man. Like
Like he's got some good moments where he's got like a good Spike quip that he manages
hmm
to
hmm
deliver. Like there's a bit at the end of the opening scene in the first episode where he just says, "I say very badly damaged will be a-okay," and I'm like, that's it.
Yeah,
That hits.
he does have moments.
But the hit rate is just not. It's not there.
Like when he's got the moment where like he's really trying to play into the kind of noir fucking like Raymond Chandler ass dialogue where he's like,
Yeah.
I was in love once, and it's the most rote, like, dude, I was writing dialogue like this to try and ape Chinatown when I was in high school, and this, it just, nobody can make the delivery of what he's saying here work. It's I and like again, there are glimpses, and he's again clearly putting a lot of effort into this performance. He's trying to channel the cooler than cool, Bruce Lee adjacent, like, Steve Bloom vocal fry. But the thing is that Spike Spiegel is not a man. Spike Spiegel is the alchemy of Shinichiro Watanabe, of Yoko Kanno, of all of the key animators. It is all of these things that you suddenly have to place in the lap of one man. And it's just, you can't do it. This level of cool, it just doesn't suit it, especially when, like, listen, Cowboy Bebop as a show is very tonally dexterous. It is a very melancholic show. It's also a very fun show. It's a very cool show, and it is frequently quite funny. But the comedy in this is universally fucking horrible.
You
Oh
are black and
man,
you are
you
male.
are black and you are male, Jet. Oh man, the high camp they go for, and this is in every episode, by
Every
the way.
episode has a character that is like this.
And it just, like, that's not, and again, you must understand, these things aren't bad because they're different from the original show. They're bad because they're poorly executed, and
Yeah.
it's differentiation just doesn't, like, again, not exactly a show that is unwilling to, delve into comedy. Like, there is an episode where they all trip on mushrooms. Like, it's a very funny episode and kind of terrifying too. But this show is so dedicated to having bits, like
Bits.
Marvel movie comedy bits that are just fucking jackhammered into this show at random
Ugh.
intervals. And man,
Everything, every
ugh.
time Faye speaks, I wince a little bit.
And again, this isn't.
She's so bad in this. I can't stress enough how much, oh boy, that just happened, or like
Ugh.
Joss Whedon, cromulent, fuck crustable shit is coming out of Faye's mouth.
Nah, you're kind of right. Like, Faye is like such an a
Tommy,
modern,
Faye needy drinky.
like, it's her entire dialogue character persona. Like, there's no other way to put it than they girl bossed Faye. And
Hmm.
again, Faye is not a character who's like, her entire bit is that she's just sort of a femme fatale subversion. It's just like, what if she was the femme fatale but she had the gun and she didn't need to do the seducing, but she likes putting her assets on display anyway because it's fun. And there is a deep, layering to her character and why she puts up a facade and her history and her lack of knowledge. And, like, it does some really great things. And then she shows up in this. And again, it is Marvel side character dialogue. It is
She
like, but
shows up
she
in the first episode for basically no reason, but
competing bounty hunter to just
so
be
that they
like,
can market that she's in the pilot, right?
yep,
You need to have this character there because Faye's an important character. But the thing about Faye's screen time is that, the Cowboy Bebop is a show about the gig economy.
yep, yeah.
Bounty hunting is a gig economy.
Hmm.
And so when, Faye drifts in and out of the Bebop, it feels like a realistic addition to the world. But when Faye just so happens to be on Tijuana in the first episode, then disappears from the next one, then shows back up again on the tail of the eco-terrorists, it doesn't feel like she had anywhere else to be when she's not there. And we
Nah.
know that's not true with how the original show operates. We always know where Faye has been when she shows back up again
Oh,
in the
yeah.
original show. And this show just doesn't have the construction to pull something like that off.
She is consistently just an annoying presence. Like, it's such a strange, like, this is how, those fucking jackasses who complain about every single Star Wars thing ever released about female characters and
This is
is
what they
like,
think they're
this,
looking at.
yeah, this is the stereotype that somewhat validates their read, and I hate that I have to be somebody who's like, what is she fucking doing in this? Because it doesn't gel with what the show is. It feels wrong. And like, even then, the actress, I don't even put the blame on her shoulders because, again, you put Meryl Streep in this fucking role. She's not going to be able to sell this dialogue. It's just not going to happen. And it's partially because, you can get away with being more cartoonish when you're animated. Cartoonish. It's in the word, guys. Like, it goes back to this constant frustration you see where it's like, I hate to validate the animation is cinema crowd, but there is still a stigma around the fact that it's like, well, it's
I ain't
not
watching no cartoon Spider-Man.
it's not real until I'm seeing live action people do it. And it's like this is such a beautiful rebuttal against that because it so faithfully translates so many aspects and even single images. Like again, these are episodes where I'm keenly aware of the fact that the team behind this very much like and care about the original show. There are shot compositions that are mimicked flawlessly, and I haven't seen Cowboy Bebop in years at this point, and I still remember, like, oh yeah, I remember how this looks. Like, there is a lot of attention to detail in how these ideas are conveyed, and they mimic the original ways in often good enough fashion. You can get where they're coming from, at least when it comes to the approach of the show. But then, John Cho will deliver a line of dialogue or will consistently spend an entire episode's runtime about trying to get a fucking doll for Jet's kid. And it's
Oh,
just this
this
fucking,
this
like, this
fucking
Buster
Scott
Keaton
Lang ass
shit.
storyline that
Uh,
Jet goes through. Once I realized that they were just making Jet a ripoff of Ant-Man from the Marvel movies with this whole divorced dad stuff and the shitty like ex or the new husband who's like a shitty cop that fucked Jet over so many times, so much that now he's even fucking his wife. I'm just like, can we not? Can
it's
we not do this?
it's such a bland archetype and it is executed exactly in the way you expect it to be executed.
Because it's all Jet talks about.
It's like it's almost mimetic. Every time he opens his mouth, he's just like, "But what about my daughter?" And it's always in like there's so many lines in this that are written like there's an old video on this channel of my fiance Rhiannon and I getting blackout drunk and watching Twilight. And there's a point midway through this commentary where I'm expressing like very, very terse frustration with the fact that the way teenagers are written in media like Twilight pisses me off because they can't use contractions. Because with the way young people talk, they they put words together for the sake of efficiency. Like they're not saying this like you're writing these characters like they're talking in fucking iambic pentameter. It doesn't sound natural. It feels weird. And everyone in Cowboy Bebop live action talks like that. They all have this very kind of it's almost like a redundant usage of their language where it feels like the dialogue is meant to mimic something but it's never for the sake of like conveying anything other than hey, we watched the original show and this dialogue is a translation. It's not exactly the same, but then
Your
it's
brother
like
set you up and stole 5 years of your life, Jet.
it's all so expository. And look, anime dialogue can frequently be expository because in the way that things are marketed now and because so many people watch anime with subs, expository dialogue kind of has to be pressed to the forefront of what you're doing in order for people to understand your universe. But I am flabbergasted at this creative decision in a remake of something that exists already in a show whose audience you have marketed to that exists and knows what it is. You don't need to make me understand further what the plot of Asteroid Blues or Jupiter Jazz is. I've seen the episodes. I know. Why are you trying to make it clear to me? Because there's the ever-present like, but we have to make the show for new people as well. So you're making it for everyone then, which means you're making it for no one. You have to do this fucking syndrome in here, fucking like when everyone's super, no one will be. If we make this show for everyone, you make it for nobody. And then that just it is like and the thing is that I still appreciate a lot of the effort here. I really, really do, because there's not a single aspect of this show where it feels like they didn't at least try. And I feel like that's important to accept. Like, that's the difference between this and The Crow. And that what makes The Crow
Right.
much worse is that clearly nobody gave a fuck. Clearly, they were just like, just get the fucking movie made. And if it was a good movie, that would be its own problem, but it's not. Here, it's very confused, it's very strange, but the thing that kills everything is something I've already mentioned. It's the pacing. This
Oh my
show
God.
is so boring. It's so fucking boring, man. Like the mid
Yeah.
section of every episode of this show is noise. It is things happening. It is shapes and colors are moving. My brain is registering them in like the third person. I feel like I barely watched this fucking thing just because of how interminable the fucking middle chapters of so many of these episodes are because they
God,
condense all of the
the shit with
necessary
the
information to
doll
the
and
end.
the shit with the doll is just the worst.
That's the worst episode to me. Is
Yeah.
you're just watching people do nothing. And it's like, brother, Cowboy Bebop original didn't even have that much plot in its episodes. That show is a tone poem, and you still manage to feel like you have less structure to what you're doing. And like the only real thing I have to say about this that's meaningful is that like this did get canceled, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not coming back.
And the thing is that on the one hand I'm like I feel like there could be room to get better at this. Like not that I would care because you can't build
I'm
a
not gonna wait to find out.
no, you're not building a skyscraper on the foundation made of stucco that you have here. Like it's just not happening. But you can do something with it. And then you get to the most notorious clip in this entire show. One
When
that I couldn't escape seeing, even like on Instagram, I would see this because people were ragging on it so bad. And I am so thankful that it was canceled so that we didn't have to endure more of it because one of my favorite parts of the original Cowboy Bebop is the introduction of the character of Ed. And there's a lot about Ed that I really love. A lot of gender, a lot of interesting autistic shit going on with that character. A lot of good stuff there that I appreciate Watanabe and the writers for because they probe deeply with that character, but simultaneously leave a very wide interpretation as to how you can walk away feeling about Ed in Cowboy
Yeah.
Bebop. It's
Ed is an interesting case. I love thinking about Ed as a character a whole lot.
Oh, I do too. And frequently I always do. Like one of the most iconic images of Cowboy Bebop to me is Ed kind of carelessly walking around without a care in the world in a middle of a wasteland that looks completely derelict that, happy-go-lucky. And it's just like that image is like that's Ed. I get the essence without a single word being spoken. And then you get to see a tease for what could have come in the future in the form of how they execute Ed, where they do the thing that I hate the most in this world, where they have an adult trying to play a child, and in order to adopt a child affectation of the character, they talk like this. And it's
I
just,
compared this when it came out. This everything about this scene. If you told me that Doug Walker directed this, I would believe you.
oh man,
This
the
has
wide
so
angle
much nostalgia
lens.
critic visual characteristics to it.
Oh.
Not even just the performance, which is also very nostalgia critic coded.
Oh,
Uh,
it's overacted to the moon and back. And
Everything about the shot reverse shot, the way that the person like really leans into the camera.
uh-huh.
Speak up! I'm just like, oh my God, I'm watching
Oh,
the nostalgia critic. Oh my
it's
God, I'm watching the nostalgia critic.
it's like, oh, we're gonna, because being a child is synonymous with making them really fucking annoying, and let's also contribute to a bunch of weird autistic stereotypes while we're at it, not to mention. And it's like, I just don't like you guys were pretty slavish in your devotion to a lot of the things in this show, and I recognize that. So why did you choose to make that like Ed is an eccentric character, don't get me wrong, but this feels the most boardroom corporate part of just like, oh, the quirky character. Let's have them be a cartoon. except, and it is one of the most, like, I will freely use the word cringe to describe the feeling that it ushers in me. Like, it's one of those things that you watch and you just like you gotta recede into your skin, your spine feels weird. You're like, I just hate, like, it's the reaction I get when I see a particularly potent piece of body horror. Like, I watched several pieces of something like The Substance and felt the same way as I did about this scene, where I was just like, I hate watching this. It's all it makes this such a frustrating endeavor, because you have to come down on like your value judgment of this show if you want to do it in
Mm.
good faith. You have to recognize the amount of effort put in here is sometimes like there's probably more effort put into this show than there is effort put into many good things, I would even wager. Like, there is a team that cared about this. But you know what? You know, the moment I knew that this show was never going to recover, that I just like, it's a small moment, but it's
Mm.
it's either at the end of episode one, no, it's beginning of episode two, where they do the kind of comedic cold open that a bunch of the episodes will do, where they have the commercials for the bounties and the characters that are
Oh,
in the
yes.
saloon dressed as
Punch and
cowboys.
Judy.
Yeah, they have these characters and they're like, they're kind of playing a role. They're just being like, this guy is worth 25 million wulong. And, it's like, it's an advertisement thing for all of the bounty hunters to pick up on. And there's just this moment where this guy says a line, and then the camera moves to Judy, and she's like, I wanted to say that. And it, like, this moment just pokes a hole in the fabric of the show, because I'm like, why did you air this as a commercial with an outtake in it? Like, for the world, you made the comedy make this not make sense. Like, why'd they leave? Like, who edited that? Why'd they leave it in it? What? I don't understand why you would make, like, it's not even particularly funny. It's just it's the equivalent of the he's right behind me, isn't he quip. It's like,
Like Punch
really?
and Judy, it's implying that Punch and Judy is live streamed for some reason.
Yeah, and it's like, why do we need to like readdress this aspect of the world building? It's just like, why can't this just be like a message for people to receive? It's like, and I know it's a tiny thing, but it's the devil in the details that builds onto all of these things. And like, I also have to point out that whenever CG is used in the show, it looks like total shit. When they have to close the door in the first episode to, after the weapon blows the hole
Oh, yeah,
in the
yeah, yeah.
station and Spike and the other guy hit it, the CG that uses to close the door is like, so what was the budget of this show spent on? Was it just the costumes and sets? Because boy howdy, it certainly was not the CG. And when that gets to be incorporated in certain actual characters and their character design, no, no,
Ugh.
no. Please, no. Like, this is something that, like, if Cowboy Bebop was to be adapted well, you'd need like an auteur to do it. And I know that probably sounds like far-fetched, but the thing is, it's like, if you don't have a Quentin Tarantino behind the wheel of something like this, who's going to inject the spice and vitality that needs to be in something like this, just don't do it. Just don't. There's no point. There's no point in this, because I would be so much easier on this as an adaptation if its goal was just not to be itself. Its deviations are too minor to
And its
consider
deviations are
worthwhile.
so like substandard in terms of
Vicious and
imagination.
Julia, primarily, it's just kind of like, I don't really know why you made these choices. Like,
They're
I
just
would
not
have,
very creative choices. Everything that they do to change the story or add to the story makes the story less interesting.
it's disheartening, because I want you that's the thing. When you go to like film school, when you start studying film, or you just watch a lot of movies in general, you start noticing the fact that it's like, there's so much work put into even the worst movies you watch, and you develop an appreciation for the effort you're able to see. It's why, again, I think the both of us are proponents of the fact that you should watch bad and mediocre movies, not only because it can be fun and entertaining, but because it lets you know that, like, again, the most 5 out of 10 show ever made is a miracle that it gets made. Like, thousands of people are working on this. There's untold amount of man hours, and yeah, it doesn't always work out, but you want it to. You want effort to translate into quality. But in rare tragic circumstances where the stars do not align like this, effort and quality is just not the same thing.
Yeah. And the thing about this as an adaptation, it just misses all the most important beats of basically every single thing that it tries to adapt. Like rewatching this year to show it to Renee, and I watched the movie for the first time, Cowboy Bebop the movie.
Mm-hmm.
During that rewatch, I'd never seen it before. That was a wonderful time.
Yeah.
But when they do the brain scratch, that episode really hit me this time
Mm.
around, like in a very different emotional place than it did the first time that I watched it, because Brain Scratch is the most surrealist that the show gets, and so it can kind of overwhelm on first viewing. But Brain Scratch is a lot more thematically connected to the show than I initially gave it credit for, because it is about the last act of a dying person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, Brain Scratch is all about somebody who is running from death. The villain of the episode, Londas, who you find out is a teenager in a catatonic state who was able to use like the medical devices that he was hooked up to like psychically project an image of himself that he used to make a religious cult centered around a digital utopia. Like
It's a
it's an
spooky fucking
insane
episode.
idea. It's one of the eeriest episodes that the show has. But something about that ending of that episode hit me in a really raw place this time around. And that's why the adaptation of it that they do in this is my least favorite episode of the show. Because
Yeah.
the brain scratch narrative in this is all perfunctory because it is a Spike backstory
It's
flashback episode, which
purely
all
mechanical.
these goddamn shows have to have now is an episode long flashback.
And the thing is that Bebop literally has one. It's the most cited episode of the show, and you still didn't manage to land that somehow. It's just, it's what happens when people who are well-meaning are given probably a lot more money than they should be given and just kind of get to roll with it. Like there's no like again, like there's such an atmosphere in the Brain Scratch episode. There's such an
Yeah.
atmosphere when they're dealing with villains like Pierre LeFou. There's such atmosphere in episodes like Jupiter Jazz, and it's like none of that atmosphere is here. I don't like it doesn't radiate a quality other than I hate to say it, product. It just radiates this was the best we could do. And I'm like, this would have been so much better if it was a show inspired by Cowboy Bebop. Just take the Firefly approach. Make something inspired by it heavily, get the same people to do it, and don't have these restrictions that you're arbitrarily putting on yourself. Allow yourself the freedom to breathe. Like, I know that stuff like that doesn't happen because of the way IPs work. The entire reason this show was made was because Cowboy Bebop is a name that people know. But it again, like, this is why
In
we
a
have
better
things like
world, this is what we would say you should do,
well,
you
you
know?
know what? A great instance of something that takes heavily from Cowboy Bebop is Outlaw Star. Outlaw Star is like, it's literally Cowboy Bebop in so many different ways, but that show carves its own path like so well in a way that I think is really fascinating and in a way that I think is worth watching that show for, aside from the fact that the animation's fantastic. But like, inspiration is always better than replication. It's always better. Like I would even prefer just a show that was called Cowboy Bebop that was just inspired by Cowboy Bebop and isn't just like and
Right.
just didn't have Spike
Just
Spiegel
do
at all.
new premises, right? You don't
New
have to,
characters, new cast. Do something
yeah,
with that.
yeah, there's something there. But
This is the uncanny valley of adaptations where it is simultaneously too close to the original source material and just not remotely different enough to be able to carve its own path. It's
yeah,
just, it sucks that it's here,
I
but
compare this to something like the Adam Wingard Death Note movie, which takes the supernatural beats, but applies it to a different kind of character framework, right?
Hmm.
Because it's an American story about teenagers and espionage, and it's got some Heather's DNA in there, and Elle is really bad in it. But
That's less competent than this, but it's way more interesting.
yeah, that movie just has a bunch of interesting things going on as an adaptation that give it its kind of own unique flavor that this
Hmm.
just never arrives at because everything they do to change it dilutes it, right?
Yeah.
Nothing that they do brings anything substantial to the table that, improves or subverts or contradicts or complements anything that they just have to rip whole cloth because they want to rip off, their favorite episodes of the show. They want to do their favorite episode.
And
Um,
very flaccidly include the "you're gonna carry that weight" title card in this show, which just like, oh, that rustles my fucking jimmies. I tell you what, I know that's a small thing, but it's just one of those things where it's just like that sticks with people, you
you
know?
gotta
Like,
earn that.
yeah, like
Yeah.
just just don't do that at all, frankly. Like I get that you just want to copy the beats and that's a relatively simple thing to copy. Like they're like down to the font, they get it right, but its implementation is just it's not there. It's just one of those instances where an adaptation doesn't know what it wants from itself other than to exist. And it's just in the landscape, like there's no room for that these days, you know? Like what use is lesser Cowboy Bebop to anybody? I don't like again, I would
Yeah.
prefer to live in a world where we tried for an outlaw star instead and you get something unique and interesting and that people actually remember because I mean, people have already fucking forgot about this. Like if an example, hell, I haven't seen full episodes, but from what I've seen, the live action One Piece is like fixes a lot of issues that I have with this. Like that's a show where I don't love everything that I've seen from it visually, but I'm like, wow, that sure does evoke animation a hell of a lot better than Cowboy Bebop does. Like I understand the choices made there. The acting is way more in keeping with the tone. Like I understand why that was successful and why this isn't.
Yeah. Which I mean, I'm still One Piece is a big blind spot for me, so I don't really have much to comment on that front. But I know people who are like, yeah, the Netflix show is what it is, but it's, people don't talk about that like people who are into Cowboy Bebop talk about this for a reason, right? There's
Yeah,
got to be something there.
it's because One Piece's, well, I mean, if you want to really break it down, it's because One Piece's medium is manga. That
Yeah.
is an Oda thing, and like I have seen the animation of the newer episodes of One Piece. It looks fucking phenomenal. It really, really does. But you're never going to be able to replicate the maximalist insanity that Oda brings to those panels in that format. It's why Dragon Ball Z is best consumed in either Kai or manga because the show itself is a weird middle ground that doesn't capitalize on what Toriyama's strengths as a mangaka are. And this translation, this is something that is just an anime. That's the medium that it is. It wasn't born from a manga. It was born from Shinichiro Watanabe's id, brother. So, when you deviate, it means a little bit more. Like, and Bebop is just such a stylistically singular show. Like, the designs of Oda's One Piece are specific, but like the narrative of that is the hero's journey. The narrative of that is an epic. The narrative of that is something that works in any medium. The
Yeah.
narrative of Bebop is again, it's a tone poem. It doesn't obey the same rules that other stories do. Like again, none of its main characters really have arcs. It's people at the end of their rope and at the end of their journey and seeing what people in this liminal state are like. And that just it feels weird unless you're going for a more staid, reserved live action approach. And that's not what people want from Cowboy Bebop. They want musicality. They, like, if you're not getting Scorsese behind the camera of this shit and you're not snorting cocaine, I don't see this shit ever working.
Yeah, no, it just doesn't have the juice.
Nah,
Can we
it
talk
don't.
about Gran? I have one sentence about
Please,
Gran,
please
which
go ahead.
is This is the strangest attempt at like a corporate approved tranny I've ever seen in my life.
It's, and I will say the original Jupiter Jazz, I remember watching that in my most recent rewatch, and I was like, wow, I completely forgot about this episode. And also I was like, whoa, I do not remember how loud this was in what it was and what it was saying, and was like, wow, that's like thorny in an interesting way. Like, I don't know where people come down on like representation. I just think it's an interesting episode. I don't
Yeah, I mean, thinking
know.
about Grant
Yeah.
as an intersex character is a better way to go about it, frankly.
Yes.
But that conversation got circumvented because of the way that that character is treated here, right?
Yes.
Where they're more so made into like a non-binary,
Wishy-washy. Like, and
just like the usage of that character is a complete non-starter for me.
I mean, it's kind of what you said, is that it's corporate approved. Like, there is an
It's
aspect
the
to this
most you
show.
could do with like reigniting or trying to like modernize the trans
It's
representation in Cowboy Bebop, which is a thorny topic that people in the fandom like to talk about. Like I have days where I feel thorny about some elements of Edward's characterization in the show
Yeah,
too.
absolutely. I
Because
do
there
as
are some
well.
episodes where I'm like, why are they doing that exactly? Why is
Hmm.
that the way that they're expressing this? But that's more interesting than what's going on here, which
It's
is Grant
it's
is just a prop, right?
it's a prop. Like, this show has an underpinning of like really faux anti-corporate sentiment, that like the literal first scene, the guy's just like, it's the shitbag corporations. And it's like, in the original Cowboy Bebop, I don't think the word corporation is even like said once in earnest. It's just that that show is anti-corporate in the way that it is. It's just,
Yeah.
it exists, and that's a part of the setting. It's not like a thing that the characters feel the need to address as a topic because, it's hot with the kids right now. They're all anti-corporate, so we have to let them know that, we're on their side. And it's like, this is not why that aspect was interesting. It was interesting because it was just wallpaper of the original setting. Like, it was baked into it. You inferred it for yourself, that it's just like, yeah, this is a future ruled by mega corporations and rich evil people. And there's no moment where Spike looks at the camera and is just like,
Abolish the
yeah,
abolish the
if
proletariat.
guys like you, weren't so greedy, the world would be a better place. And you're like, oh, come off it. Like, honestly, there's a punk rock sensibility to the original show that's, in its devil may careness, that is just, it's very try hard here, and it does not work. Like, if you have to
No.
force it, then don't. Like, you reinforce the message by just showing what the show is. I never understand when adaptations make this choice, where it's just like, that was there already. You didn't need to say anything else. Like, it would be like if they adapted Berserk into live action and they were like, boy howdy, or monarchy's bad. It's like, we know. Like, why do you feel the need to tell us this? There was a fucking evil dude who ruined his entire fucking country in that story arc. You didn't think we could draw that conclusion for ourselves? Like,
But
a lot
Jake,
of
Jake,
ugh,
the memes.
if shows are being
Bisexual
made,
people exist.
yeah, I know, and we have it pretty rough, man. God damn it.
It's homophobic. And
Ugh.
bisexual people exist.
Every
I'm never
it's a
watching that.
mess.
I'm never watching that shit.
No. So, Cowboy Bebop, for me, it was difficult coming down on a rating for this, but I think I got to go with a hearty 4 stars for you,
Mm.
because, again, there is recognizable merit in here that I do not want to dismiss handily. But boy, howdy, when I really look at everything, it's like what you said about Elfin Lied, is that, yeah, there are moments that work, but they have to amount to something. Are these good qualities or are these lies? Is the most profound thing I think I've said on this show. And I'm going to use that point of criticism for the rest of my life.
Are these good qualities or are these lies? Yeah.
Because most of the good qualities of Cowboy Bebop live action end up feeling like lies.
All right.
Oh boy. Oh
Let's get the
boy.
scores on the screen. Jake, you got 16. I've got 17. We're going to be at the end of this round
Fuck.
in probably no more than 3 episodes.
Yeah, it could end within the next two, as a matter of
Yeah, it could
fact.
end in the
Very.
next two if we get some heavy hitters. So tell me what I'm in for.
I'm gonna be real with you. I have been focused so heavily on what we're going to be talking about and preoccupying my thoughts with that that I really have not given it a whole lot of thought. I have a lot here.
What feels right to do right now? Let's just chase that first instinct, right? Look at that list again. Just tell me what you're feeling right here in this moment. We'll do it live.
Fuck it. Do it live. Oh, do I want to do this? Do I really want to? Okay. Okay, this could be something you've already seen, or it could
Okay.
be something that you have seen so long ago that it could warrant relitigation.
Yeah, hit me.
But I'm coming at you. In the first round, we had Doug Walker as a specter from my critically developed past.
Oh no.
That was like I feel like with people in our sphere, people in our circle, we often because we pay attention to so much art, so much media, so much criticism, everything in the landscape of entertainment, we inevitably encounter people that 5 years on, we are embarrassed to say that we were into those people or that their work resonated with us at a particular point in our life or that they were revealed to be a giant shitbag. All of the above could also be true. And this is maybe the most embarrassing one of mine to admit. Like, this is one that I have to cautiously talk about because when I say that I was really into this dude's work, it's probably the thing that reflects on me poorly the most. And this to me is the epitome of what this dude was and what he was about, and a moment in time in which eyes were on him. And it was like a thing that completely failed to meet the moment. And then a lot of things were. This is a very controversial person that I'm about to talk about, even more so than Doug Walker, but who is still in the YouTube online sphere. Someone whose videos I became acquainted with, and then was acquainted with the fact that they had more like actual forays into the film and television industry. That person is Max Landis.
Oh boy.
Jen, have you seen Me, Him, Her?
Oh, I know what it's. No, I haven't seen it. I have not seen it. I saw the half in the bag on it years ago.
Oh, we're gonna talk about the Max Landis. I believe this is his directorial debut, but after
Oh,
becoming very successful on YouTube with videos like Wrestling Isn't Wrestling or his Superman videos, this was like after he was a hot screenplay presence for a while. He had a lot of things that were in development and screenplays that got adapted by big like, actual directors. Like he was
Chronicle.
behind Chronicle is the most, and I recently rewatched that, and unfortunately I do still think that that movie holds up at least a little bit. But this was, and he's behind the script of Victor Frankenstein, if anybody remembers that fucking movie.
And
There,
Bright.
Bright, like a lot of movies that well, we'll get into that when we talk about him more, but Me, Him, Her is his directorial feature, and it was kind of the moment where I watched that and was like, maybe I shouldn't be scrounging the internet to read his unmade screenplays. Maybe this guy Maybe I was a little bit wrong because, he's got this scrappy kind of indie vibe to him he's got an underdog spirit to him that well, let's just say that it's like Cowboy Bebop in that effort does not translate into quality.
Okay. Me, him, her. I have two options. It's October. I want to get a little bit into the spooky spirit.
Yeah,
So I have a couple of horror options that I want to throw by you. And the first is the one that I'm not sure how familiar you actually are with it. How familiar are you with Goosebumps?
very familiar, actually. I,
Okay.
I watched this a lot as a child. I read a lot of them. I remember being perpetually afraid of the two things, like the things that made me interested in horror and that scared me were actually two covers of Goosebumps books. The two that I remember being the one of a monster with yellow eyes and a claw around the front of a tent, and I remember the dad who turns himself into a plant. Those
Stay
two,
out of the basement.
yeah, stay out of the
Oh,
basement. Those
yes.
two covers scared the shit out of me. And then when I got into high school, I got with a bunch of people who had also watched it, and we like marathoned Goosebumps on Netflix like over the course of like a year. And look, because we wanted to see like the Hayden Christensen episode and the Ryan Gosling episode.
Yes.
So
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
I have some deep roots with
All right.
Goosebumps.
Well, I still think I have something for you that can relate to it,
Sure,
actually. So here's what we're gonna do. Goosebumps, very formative for me. Anybody
me
who
as
knew
well.
me when I was a kid knew that I was the kid that read all the Goosebumps books. Like,
Yep.
I was obsessed. I got hooked very early. I was
Oh
reading those
yeah.
books in like third grade. I was diving in.
Uh-huh.
I know some of these stories back to front. I was obsessed with the TV show for years.
Mm-hmm.
I would go to the library to try to get those VHS tapes that had like two or three different episodes on it. I was obsessed with them. I've been rewatching some of the old 90s show just like as a comfort thing to
Oh
throw
yeah. Super
Renee,
nostalgic.
because Renee has never seen it before. So I've been watching like
Oh.
Night of the Living Dummy 3 and shit.
God,
Again, yeah, the
yeah.
Hayden Christensen one. But what I want you to watch is the revamp adaptation of Goosebumps, the 2021 TV show, which
I didn't know this existed.
which takes a very different approach to adapting the books by doing a kind of what's something I could easily compare it to. It's
Huh.
honestly not very far off from the 2015 movie, which even though that has like a meta narrative plot to it,
Right,
the way
yeah.
that it works is that every episode is an adaptation of a Goosebumps book, but
Mm-hmm.
it's all told through an overarching plot line revolving around several different characters who stay the same, right? It's kind of an anthology, but not an
Okay,
anthology.
okay.
So every character at one point becomes like the main focus of an episode, and they
Oh,
have this Goosebumps book happen to them in this way. And it builds to a kind
again,
of
very
larger,
weapons coded.
kind of, yeah. And it builds to a larger like narrative climax and it has a whole season long plot line. I watched this show out of the blue just because I was like, it's Goosebumps.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see what this is about. And I was really surprised with how engaged I was with this,
Okay.
how effective it was at using those
Is this on
stories.
streaming anywhere?
It's on Disney Plus.
Okay, okay. Interesting.
Possibly, as it was a Disney production. Disney has the rights to Goosebumps now, or at least
Oh yeah, I guess that's true.
they made this show. And
Oh God,
there was a second.
I just remembered the Monster Blood duology. I got invited to a birthday party where we watched those. Oh God, that was so good. Whoever that lady was who played the witch, she was fucking eating that shithole. She's like, "Come to me, my monster blood."
There was there was a second season that I haven't watched yet, but stars David Schwimmer as the dad doing the stay out of the basement. They do that with him.
Oh,
And I
okay.
don't know where the show's going to go from there, but I know Stay Out of the Basement is one of the ones that they use for that second season. But this first season of TV is the one that I'm going to have you watch. I don't really care if you watch the second one or not, but
Okay.
Go watch that season of Goosebumps. It's like 13-ish episodes. It's relatively short, but
Cool.
I think you're gonna really dig it because
Okay, I'm
this is
excited. I didn't know this
this is some
existed.
us.
Hell
This is what we
yeah.
vibe with. So I think you're
Spooky.
really gonna dig it.
So we're getting into real horror when it comes to the the fears of our childhood and also the fear of a straight man writing queer characters. The most horrible thing of all.
The
Woo!
ooh. Next time on Jen and Jake's Bizarre Affray, experience goosebumps as the boys attempt to unravel what happens when we let a straight man get a little fruity with it in the making of me, him, her. I can't even finish because you're laughing already, you prick. It was good though, wasn't it?
That's good. That's good.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, oh my
Going to
fucking God. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. Holy shit.